Hey look, Graniella's here.
I need this ad to hurry up. I would like to begin. I would like to start.
Jeepers, creepers, where'd you get those peepers?
I finished the mushlings. Who's excited about that? I'm pretty happy about it. Oh, I've just realized that should not be that loud. Wow, that's a bit better. Mushling, not mushroom. Mushling. My mushlings are the little ones. This is what I did today. I crocheted and assembled all of this. It still needs its back legs, tail, tail point, wings, horns, ears, and face. I also assembled, for anyone who didn't see it on Discord, Sherbet. Sherbet is now alive. This is Sherbet. This is Eggy. Not Spyro. Eggy. E-double-G-I-E. Eggy. Named after eggplant. I'm so creative. Yeah, Sherbet's done. Sherbet's officially going in the bag of done things. I completely missed the bag. All of the mushlings are done, so all I have left to do at this point is finish this guy, make another one, 3 big mushrooms, and then put faces on all the axolotls. Not me moving its arms to the fucking music. What am I doing? But I need to get a link for something real fast so I can throw it in Chatterati. Which side is top and which side is bottom? What do you mean? How can you not tell? Did you not just see Sherbet? This is its butt. It's it. Please hold. There we go. I'm gonna pin that. I'm gonna manually unpin it at the end of stream. Get out of here. I started this. Yes, it's necessary that it has 3 balls of yarn. Don't ask me why. I decided that I'm going to work from a pattern for this. And we're not going to question it. Because I don't have time to be freehanding. But this is pretty much exactly everything that I want. So let me find where I'm at in the pattern. I did the gauge swatch. I'm using a completely different yarn size and a different hook size. I just barely didn't make gauge. I made gauge going across, which is more important than making gauge going up and down. For those of you who don't know, making gauge like left to right, that fits like your circumference, right? So like if you were gonna make a shirt as an example, and you made gauge left and right, it will fit you. But if you don't make gauge up and down, if you're too short, a shirt will come out shorter. If you're too long, a shirt will come out longer, right? So I made gauge left and right, which means that I'll be able to size this to fit me. And they do have steps on how to change the sizing. But I did not make gauge up and down. The up and down, I was a little bit taller, but this is a hat, so that doesn't matter. It just means my hat's gonna be slightly longer. So this is in fact the hat that I'm going to adorn with mushrooms and like my little grassy boys and things like that. What, babe? Your fork? Where's your fork, baby? No, that's mine, baby. Oh, is that what you're looking for? You got the hiccups? So, about half an hour ago, 40 minutes ago, I had a huge wave of pain. So we'll see how I go. I've got a heat pack here on my abdomen, hoping that it does me well. So, the pattern is written for multiple colors, but they do say that you can work it up in 1 color. It's just advised to work from 3 balls. I just happen to have lots of this color. It's a very popular color.
It's all coming together.
So you're about to see the technique that they use. So I do have all 3 balls attached right now. Currently I'm working from ball C. This was Mr. Nipple's idea to put some stitch markers on. And I just wrote in permanent marker on them A, B, and C so that I could keep track. In the pattern, she's gone for like a candy corn color vibe. You guys can see at the top of chat, we do have it pinned. She's done a white, a reddy orange, and a yellow, but I wanted an all brown one, right? So I'm about to switch back to color A, which is where you guys are gonna see why this needs 3 separate balls, because there is some shaping in this pattern. Like when I saw this pattern, I was like, this is exactly what I want to make. Like without a doubt, this is what I had in mind. So let me just make sure I'm not tangled here. These are slightly crisscrossed over. Oh, I crisscrossed too many times. There we go. Okay, so we're not crisscrossed anymore. I'm gonna move B out of the way. We're about to drop C. So this is C, this is B, this is A, right? A, B, C. I've got them in order. I'm gonna just move this out of the way. So,
You do need another drink.
oh my fucking God, I was just about to start, Cam. Fuck you. Thank you for the hydrate, motherfucker. It says, and I quote, pull the working yarn of A tight.
100% labia has entered the chat.
Pull on the yarn. Where does it say it? It says it somewhere. Here we go. You will now change back to yarn A and you will start making the twist in the body of the hat. You will do this by pulling a loop. So pulling up a loop through the stitch like so. So through the stitch of C, and I know that we cinch those down, but it says pulling the working yarn of A as tight as you can without breaking your yarn so that your work starts to scrunch. And then once it scrunches, we chain 1, which will lock the scrunch in. So let's do it. As tight as I can without breaking my yarn. It said that's about as tight as I can go. Cinch that down. That's cool. That's a cool technique. Okay, so mine's about as scrunched as hers is. Also, side note, the creator of this pattern is gorgeous. Like, she's stunning. And on top of that, she has modifications that I think can go on any of the hats that she has. She's got, I think, 2 different mod packs of 3 different ears. So one, I think, is like a mouse ear, a cat ear, and something, a bunny ear, like a standy uppy bunny ear. And then the other one, I think, is a floppy bunny ear, a dog ear, and something else. And like you can, they're for attaching onto any of the hats that she has. So using a, was I supposed to chain 1? I was. Okay. Oh, okay. So because I'm holding so tight, this is slightly tricky.
The sheep goes moo.
Nope. There we go. Hi, NH. So what's everybody else working on tonight? This pattern's really cool though, because she has like certain points that are checkpoints. I haven't hit a checkpoint yet. I am 16 rounds in. But apparently you can size this hat down for like babies. One of her pattern testers even sized it down for a toddler. And I was like, that's fucking brilliant. Which means that my head that doesn't fit hats, I'll be able to size it up for, right? She does also say to put a bit of stuffing in the tip, or over time the tip will droop. I'm not sure at what point we put the stuffing in though. So I'm just gonna keep going until she tells me to. Did I read this pattern ahead of time? Fuck no. I have yet to Zyify it though. So far I've just followed the instructions. Currently folding laundry in the basement and a cross stitch. What cross stitch are you working on? So yeah, I started this earlier today. I did the gauge swatch and then I was having a bit of a hard time with the purple yarn that I'm working with for Foxes Playing in Leaves, cute. For Eggy, because it's a little bit stiff, which is relatively notorious for the dark purple in any type of yarn, whether it be acrylic, cotton, bamboo, it doesn't matter. Dark purples are notoriously stiffer and harder to work with. It's because of the amount of pigment that is put into the yarn. So my hands were struggling just a little bit, so I used this as like a hand brake. I was like, hell yeah. So I did my little swatchy poo, and then I worked on the hat a little, the dragon a little more. Then I needed another hand brake. Oh, where am I? One around that one. And count my stitches. So basically every time I needed a hand brake, I picked this up and did another row or two. One, I thought I needed one more. So that I don't twist everything, untwist it the way I twisted it. That didn't work. Ooh. Ooh. I'm trying my absolute best to not twist these up. And she's really, really clear as well. This pattern's actually really well written. So like some rounds she says like chain one, on some she's like do not chain one. Like she's really, really clear with her instructions. It's quite a nicely written pattern. Got tons of photos. If I had time, I was gonna quickly whip up a little witch's hat to just sit on top of little me. But we all know I don't have time. The only downside to having to work from multiple balls as well is that I can't just use my yarn ball. This is why I'd be living in luxury if I had more than one. It's been my, like, small dream, if you will. Like, I've wanted a second one for the longest time because I often do color work where I do need at least a second vessel. It's not often that I need 3, but 2 is quite common for me. I've always wanted a second yarn bowl.
Cheers, mate. The cavalry's
Oh
here.
my word. Welcome in, Raiders. My name's Etheria X. Hey, that weird lady in the corner over there. I'm making a witch hat today. If you want to know what pattern it is, it's pinned at the top of chat. How are you? How was your stream? What were you working on today? Were you in Makers and Crafting or were you doing some game? Makers and Crafting. Nice, nice, nice. What were you working on? I know you, Alake. I know you from Comet. I want to know what you did. This is sort of market prep. I've been market prepping. I was making dragons earlier today and some mushrooms and stuff. This is for me to wear at my 2-day medieval event this weekend. I have a plan to adorn it with crochet mushrooms, these little grassy planty things that I have, some little ladybug beads. So like it's kind of market prep, but kind of not. It's to go with my outfit for the event. Because I kind of count it as market prep, but not really. Because I mean, like, I'm preparing for the market. Working on your cross stitch mystery stitch along? Oh, hell yeah. I can't wait. I've been talking about this hat for like weeks. But then I got sick. And I lost all the time in the world. So now I'm having to like rush through it a bit, which is not great, but you know, we do what we can. Not that loop. This is the only part in the pattern that I don't like, is that I have to get into this loop right there. That first one is just a slight problem. The rest of them are fine. Oof, I don't know if I've got this. I still have to make... Oh, if I can... Oh. Yeah. So I assembled this guy today. This is a Snuggle Beans crochet pattern. This is her, I think, Snuggle Dragon, the extra small version. So I assembled this guy today and crocheted about half of another one. So I have 1.5 more of these guys to make and 3 jumbo mushrooms still to make for like actual market prepping. And then on top of that, yes, there's an on top of, I am traveling into the city tomorrow, so I lose an entire day of prep. And then I teach my crochet class on Thursday, so I lose a half a day. So like this is I'm a little stretched for time. I'm hoping to crochet up all of the dragon pieces tomorrow in the car. That's the dream, that's the goal. I wasn't supposed to start the witch hat till tomorrow, but I said fuck it. I want to be pretty and I want to wear a witch hat. Everyone be friends. I refuse. Friends is not in my vocabulary. I will be acquaintances. The only person I'm friends with, well, the only people I'm friends with is my husband and my child. Everyone else can stay at a distance. Thank you. Excuse my cough, you guys. I'm recovering from being very, very sick. I'm kind of thinking, if I have time, of getting a bit of white yarn and attaching it on here and having it dangle down and doing a little crochet spider. If I have time. Or if I can find, I keep calling it Pepito. I think his name was Geppetto. He's a little mouse I crocheted. I would totally attach him to this hat. Okay. Oh, okay, we got an increase round. We can do that stupid loop again. Can I just like cheat? Can I cheat? Is there a cheat? Can I just go into this loop? Does that count? That might count. That might do. I'm so happy I found this pattern, like for real. It's gonna save me a lot of time because I was planning on freehanding a hat. But this is the exact look I wanted. The only thing I'm definitely gonna be changing would putting a stitch marker in it as a placeholder be doable also. No, it's just tricky because it's where I chain makes it, where I slip stitch into the top of it hides the loop. Because what I'm doing here is I'm working into what's called the third loop of a half double crochet. So that's where you ignore the top of your stitch, which is your V, and you sort of like flick your work forwards. And you go into this magical third loop that sits behind the V. So if I work into that, you see it creates this little ridge at the front. So it's just that one stitch right where I join and then chain to go up for the next round that is tricky to get into. I don't think there's any way around it other than just like suffering through getting my hook in. Yeah, a little bit of crochet magic. Yeah, oh yeah, it's really annoying in amigurumi. Also, for anyone who came in on the raid, if you need to raid and run, please do so. We believe in self-care here. Self-care is in fact best care. You need to go drink, go drink. If you need to go sleep, go sleep. If you need to go poop, go poop. If you need to stare at a wall for 5 hours, you do you, boo-boo. Everyone is their own number one. I did not count. And I split my ply. Whoopsie doos. I'm pretty jazzed that I pretty well made gauge for this because 1, 2, 3. No, I did count and then I fucked it. Because the pattern creator uses like a 3.25 millimeter hook, I think, and 4-weight yarn, versus I'm using a 4.5 millimeter hook and 3-weight yarn. So I'm pretty excited about that. Because I knew that I wanted to make a hat out of this particular color. One, 2, 3. Oh my god, I keep counting to 3 and then losing count. Where is my brain? Oh, I just smacked the crap out of you guys. I'm so sorry. Oh, coming back round. You threw knock around your camera all the time. Thankfully, I can't knock my camera because it's like mounted on like an L bracket onto the back of my desk, and it's like all the way up there. But my 3-year-old does I fucked up somewhere. Does occasionally come in and touch the camera. Usually when I'm not streaming, so you guys miss out on the fun, but he comes in and he goes, I showed chat, and then he'll like fucking like finagle it, you know? Oh, I broke. Oh, I'm back. Never mind. All right, where did I mess up? Two, 1, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 2, 2. 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 2. How many stitches am I supposed to have right now? Used to be so obsessed with what? Yes, yep. He just realized that he can drive cars across the screen. So we were doing that the other day. I was going, meow. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take my increase away here. Because I just magically have an extra stitch. I'm not going back to fix it. I'm just going to undo my increase and just, whoop, there we go. Now we still have the right amount of stitches. No one will ever know except you guys. Don't tell anyone. And I just tangled the crap out of my yarn. Oh, what have I done? Can I just... Is it as easy as... Hell yeah, it was. Are these two still untangled? No. That's later me's problem. What am I doing now? You're gonna tell Comet? What are you telling Comet? Are you telling on me? Oh, the thing that I just literally said don't tell anyone? God damn it. My brain. My brain, she a sieve. Comet would do the same thing, we all know that. She's a fudger. For any of you who did come in on the raid who are wondering why in the hell I'm using 3 balls of the same color, the pattern designer designed the pattern to be done in 3 different colors. And they do state that you can absolutely work it up in 1 color, but it is advised that you use multiple balls because to do this like sculpting, we're cinching. So like we used ball A to cinch this like to be this shape. That is why I'm working from 3 balls of the same color. I am honestly already loving this pattern so much that I kind of want to make a second one, but in fun colors. Because I could see myself wearing a witch hat to, like, not gonna lie, all of my markets. Because I think that would be fun. And it would be like another way to show people that I don't just make amigurumi, right? Because I make all sorts of shit. I think it'd be so fun to wear a witch hat to markets though. Maybe not in summer. I'd probably have to make it out of cotton for summer. Ooh, I could do it out of cotton actually. Hi, baby boy. What you doing with that, Bubs? Oh, 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 oh. Oh, whoa, whoa. You want to come say hi to chat? Oh, you want to cuddle? Hey, baby.
You can make it too?
Mummy's making a hat.
Hat?
Yeah, I'm making a hat, babe.
Make it.
No, I'm not making it for daddy. I'm making it for me. Yeah, mum's making it for mum. Is that all right? I'm allowed to make it for me? A kiss? I'm gonna kiss you anyway. Mwah. No, thank you. No, thank you. I don't want your milk. No, thank you. Do you want to cuddle? No? You gonna drink your milky? Mummy doesn't want your milky, babe. You gonna drink it?
Look at that.
He's just seen the emote you put in chat, Iro.
Anyway.
Iro! Yeah, Iro's there. Can you say hi, Iro?
It's nice and warm.
Nice and warm's right here. Oh, okay. You can take my heat pack. That's okay. All right, bye. All right, then. He's traded his milk for my heat pack. Great. Love that for me. It's not like I was using that or anything. It's fine. He likes the ones that move. You must away. Enjoy your away, Iro. I can hear Miss Nipple saying, that's for mummy. He traded his milk for that, husband.
Well, right.
He was trying to get me to drink his milk.
Okay.
He says, drink it, mummy. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, you got me. What? What's I? You. I've got you.
Right. We are on round 21. Oh, hello. Okay. So I'm slip stitching, but we're not chaining. We're dropping A. Okay, so I need to make sure that these two are not twisted. Bear with me, because they are definitely twisted. What the fuck did I do? This is what happens when I fuck up and need to fix things. Everything gets tangled. I'm gonna do my best to keep them not tangled though, because it's gonna be a much better time if I keep them untangled. I'm not as bothered if the two I'm not using get tangled, because I'll just untangle them before I change which ball I'm on, and that's okay by me. So we're dropping A and we're picking up B. I need A still for just a second. Now it says we're going to continue making the twist in the body of the hat. So we're going to be pulling up a loop from B into A. And we're doing the same thing again. So we're going to be pulling, just cinch that one tight. And again, it says pull as tight as you can without breaking the yarn. And then throw in a chain 1. So that's twisted the top even more. Now we're gonna back post. I'm gonna just throw an extra chain because my chain shrunk slightly. I did have a slight problem getting around that stitch last time too. There we go. That's cool. This designer is very clever. I really like how all of the ridges are helping it like fold as well. Her instructions are written very clearly too. Oh, the boy's getting mad out there. So other than eyes, is anybody else crafting along with me this evening? Slash more afternoon? What the fuck time is it for you guys? It's really early morning, right? For the Americans anyway. And I feel like it's like somewhere in betwixt my EU people. Whoa, angled my hook. I don't know what I just did then. I like grabbed a weird extra loop. It's 2 a.m. in California? Ugh. I forget that you guys have like you're wide. I always forget that you're wide. You're girthy. Does that mean it's afternoon for Europeans? That feels right, but I'm probably wrong. Whoop. I wonder if I can set my bot up with some commands where we do like time US E for like East, and then like time US W for like US West, and then I could do like time UK and have it spit out. Because like exclamation mark time just tells you guys what time it is for me. But like it'd be cool if I could have it spit out other times too. Because that would be informative and fun. 10 a.m. in UK. Ah, okay. Wow, so you guys are like, it feels like you guys are a lot closer in time to UK and EU than we are. That's kind of crazy. Where even is the stitch I need to post around? Is it this? Is there another stitch there? I don't know if there's another stitch there. I'm gonna count my stitches really quick. See? $39, $40. Okay, no, there's not. Let's just like carefully and gingerly. I don't know if I did that well. Oh, I sure didn't. We have enough stitches. I just need to like bring this up from the depths. Do a little slippy whippy into it. Now, am I slipping and chaining? Yes, I am. I don't like this gap here. There you go. I just picked up an extra loop from the stitch and it closed that gap a little bit for me. Makes it look just a little bit nicer. Oh! Okay. If you are choosing to include polyfill in the tip of your hat, please follow the following instructions. If you aren't incorporating polyfill, please skip to round 22. Ah, okay. I was wondering how the polyfill would work. Move to round 22. Okay, so we have 10 steps for putting polyfill into this. I think I'd like to, but I'm worried that it'll show through the stitches. Let's try it, because it doesn't need to be like tightly stuffed by any means. The reason for the polyfill in there is so that this won't like droop over time, right? Because it's going to be like up, right? Like upright. So over time it will naturally want to sag, but the polyfill will help it keep its shape. So it wants me to weave in my ends. I'm not weaving in my ends. They're going to be in here. Why would I do that? Using yarn B, which is the one that we're currently working with. At what point do I put the polyfill in? Step 6. Okay. Using yarn B. Half double crochet in the third loop of the next stitch and each stitch around. Got it. Okay. We get into that dreaded loop. Wait a second. Did I skip a row? Oh. Interesting. It wants me to do in the third loop of a double crochet. I don't think I've ever worked into the third loop of a double crochet before. I've done it on half doubles plenty of times. A half double crochet in the third loop. Is that just all the way around? Yes. But we do have a special instruction to bear mind at the end of this round. Oh, why am I finding this so much harder? What did I just do? Ah, I think I see what I did. Do I see what I did? Oh, I'm not even working into the right loop. Wait, is it this loop or this loop? I don't know if it makes a fucking difference. I feel like it's supposed to be this loop though. Duh. It's supposed to be this loop. This feels difficult. Does it make a difference? Is that loop's easy? No, because that can't be the loop. It's definitely that loop. Okay, yep, yeah. Yeah. Oh fuck. I say all these yeahs and then I get tangled. It's fine. It's fine. We're fine. Ugh. Always make sure that if you're sitting for long periods, you guys, that you move those leggy weggies around. Make sure you stretch. Very important. For those of us like me who have mobility issues, compression socks, people. I don't like working into the third loop of a double crochet. Call me crazy. Kinda shit. It looks nice. Like, I like the effect that it's giving on the hat here, but it's kind of shitty to do. Dare I scroll all the way through the pattern and see how many rows are on it? Oh fuck. Oh fuck me, getting the loop through. Ooh, yeah. Let's have a guess. So I'm on technically round, this was round 21, right? So that's 21 rounds, but I'm now following a separate special set of sub instructions to add polyfill to it. So this is not round 22. This is kind of like 21.1, right? So ignore the round I'm doing. This is 21 rounds. Why do I feel like there's going to be like 100 rounds? If this is 20, 40, 60, because I'm thinking of the brim as well. I think there's going to be around 100. Does anybody else have any guesses? I'm scrolling. Oh, hang on, it cheats. Oh, wait, what? No, there's no way. There's no way. Including the brim, there is apparently only 47 rows. That feels insane, which would mean, in theory, I'm about a third of the way through the hat because rounds are going to get bigger, right? I am doing a bigger brim, so there will be more rows on mine, and I may have to, I think I want to add more rows to make it longer. I should, in theory, just be able to follow some sort of a weird pattern here to be able to keep it going. There is a chance, you guys, that I might get this hat made tonight. At least the base of the hat, not all the fun bits. Yeah, it does look like it should be more rows, but I just scrolled, yeah, you were the closest. I just scrolled down and looking at the hat from a side view, it actually is quite a short hat. I don't know why in my brain I thought it was much longer than it is, or like taller? Taller. Now, where was I? Here we are. Okay. I really thought it was going to be a lot more rows than that. Now, again, given that I need to size mine up and that I will be doing more rows on the brim, I'm probably looking at closer to 60 rows, maybe more. I want quite a big brim. Oh, plus however many rows I'm doing on the special instruction. But I'm not necessarily counting the special rows. Why are some of these loops hard to get into and others are not? If I can get the whole base of the hat done tonight though, I'm gonna be laughing. I'm gonna be sitting pretty for time. Because my goal tomorrow is I'm gonna take the yarn for Eggy and the yarn for the other dragon, and I'm gonna work on those in the car because I don't need to stuff the pieces in the car for the dragons. And I don't need to take much yarn with me to do that, so. I also, after having started this today, I was like, I don't think this is a smart project to do in the car because of the having to do like back post and getting into the third loop and stuff like that. Hi, sweetie bum. What's the matter, my lovey? You wanna come up? No? Oh, what's the matter, babe? What do you need, my babe? Need a cuddle? What do you need, baby? You smiling? What are you smiling for? You say, hi, eyes. No? You... Okay, you can take it. Is mine nice and warm? All right. Oh, you dropped it. Go on, you can take it with you. That's okay.
America! Fuck yeah!
Oh, can you say hi, Neil? He said, I'm gonna say hi nice and warm. You wanna say hi, Neil?
Hi, Neil.
Oh, you got a hi, ding dong. Thank you for the follow. I don't know if you guys heard that, but he went ding dong. Thank you, follow.
It's the one
That is a nice and warm.
that was Chloe.
Can you go tell daddy bath time? I said, bath time, dad.
Hi, Dad.
Bath time, dad. Dadas, I like a last time. Oh, I love that boy. How are you doing, Neil? I've almost made it all the way around this hellscape row. No, I gave it to him. Ding dong. Thank you so much for the follow. Husband just said ding dong from out in the living room. Ding dong. Get in the loop. There we go. Get in the loop. Thank fuck. Okay. So. Now, but it says before chaining, make sure that these are sticking out like this. Sorry, not chaining, slipping. So it wants me to pull these to the front like so, then slip in. And I guess that's because this is going to work inwards and we're creating a base so that the polyfill doesn't come out. So we're actually going to close this off, which is pretty cool. Okay, this is a photo of the inside of your hat. Yeah. Step 3. Wait, what was step 2? Step 2 is what I just did. Okay, so all the way around, slip to finish chain 1. Easy. Okay. You've only been awake for half an hour and you're already grumpy. Oh, you're already gonna be late. Oh, Neil. So we've got a decrease around here. Oh my god, I broke again. Actually, putting my hook where it goes would be nice. 1, 2, 3. Guys, I am straight up pooping my pants. I checked the status of my Twitch payout. They said that it processed as of the 10th. I'm like every bone in my body crossed, like fingers crossed, toes crossed, arms crossed, legs crossed, that payment comes in tonight. We've completely run out of yogurt for the boy. The good news is, though, the store did replace our cheese. They also said apparently it's something that happens quite a lot. And I was like, that's fucking gross. I've made a mistake here. It always takes that long, Neil. So because it's an American company paying me, it has to go through their bank system into my bank system, get cleared and converted. So it takes a few days. I'm just like pooping my pants, like really needing this money though, because I need it for fuel money. Like, if I don't get my Twitch payment, I'm literally going to have to take all of the money out of my cash box that is for my market float, like as in the money that I give to people for change, to be able to pay for my specialist appointment tomorrow. Like, I'm pooping. I need this payment to come in so badly. Really got me panicked. There we go. I'm glad I fixed that mess up. Is it say to just slip? Yep, slip and chain. Moving on to step 4. Easy. Another quick decrease round. Once a month. So the way that it works is you earn on a calendar month. So from the first of the month to the last day of the month is where I get my earnings. So the payout though happens in the middle of the month. So I'm about to get paid for September. Like that's how Twitch works. And the reason they pay out in the middle of the month is because there are so many people that get payouts that they need the time to be able to process through all of the accounts. So it does make it easy for accounting purposes though, given that I only have to input like one payment received, like once a month. But it's stressful and it's annoying when like I'm relying on that money to come in for something really important, you know? It is all automated, Neil. The problem is the vast number of people that are receiving payouts. Like there are thousands upon thousands upon thousands of streamers who receive payouts. And it's less about it being the number of people and more that it's having to convert it. It's being paid by a different country that is what slows it down for me. Because my bank then has to go, oh, what the fuck do we do with this? Oh, this is a foreign currency. Whoa. So like it may have cleared out of Twitch's system, but it has to clear, or like out of their bank or whatever, but then it has to clear in through mine. I'm digging the playlist tonight. Hi, Wah. I just forgot if that was my decrease. Did I just decrease? Fuck, yes, I did. Making a witch's hat. I said fuck it all, and I'm neglecting the important things. This is supposed to be a decrease. I'm just gonna put a stitch in. No one's gonna see this part of the hat. Yeah, so this is like the tip of the hat. The pattern for it is pinned at the top of chat. I'm really, really jazzed by it. I was gonna freehand this hat, and then at like 2 o'clock this morning, because I couldn't sleep, I ended up, after stream, you guys, I ended up sitting here and having a really big cry. Oh my god, thank you so much for the spitties. I really genuinely appreciate that. I appreciate that so much. For anyone who doesn't know, all of the earnings that I get through Twitch literally go to feeding my son and getting him all the specialty foods and things that he needs. He's allergic to dairy, tree nuts, peanuts, dust mites, and minorly fish. And I also have a lot of dietary restrictions because of health reasons. So it's really expensive to feed our family. But he also needs a lot of specialty ointments, and he needs antihistamines daily, and that sort of stuff's not cheap. So all of the earnings that I get through Twitch go towards feeding my son, making sure he has all of the medicated stuff that he needs, and then any extra usually goes into a savings account for him, or if I need it for a specialist appointment for myself, it goes there. So that is where my Twitch earnings from last month are going. Is to hopefully to my specialist appointment tomorrow. I'm praying so hard that it comes in on time, because it's an expensive thing to go to a specialist appointment for us. It costs us about $70 to $80 in fuel. The appointment itself costs money. Like it's a 4-hour round trip plus whatever time we're stuck in the city, like with traffic and whatnot, and the boy inevitably gets hungry, so we have to take special snacks for him, and it's a lot. It's a lot. So anytime anyone ever supports me financially through Twitch, like, it really does mean a great deal to me. It is going to, in my opinion, the best cause in my life, which is my son. What am I doing now? Decrease. Mr. Nipple does good with his sounds and stuff that he can do. He had a little bit of vocal training too.
You do need another drink.
Oh. Thank you for the hydrate. But yeah, I had a very big cry after stream yesterday. Oh my god, thank you so much for the spitties. I just broke down, like, feeling stressed and overwhelmed. Like, I'm so panicked that this weekend is going to be a flop. I was checking on Facebook for any information about the event. Seeing if they were advertising it well and all that sort of stuff. And I already knew that my Crochemesis was going to be there. My Crochemesis, for those of you who want context, is my crochet nemesis. This woman has been plaguing me. She's been doing markets around here for quite a long time. Like, she was born and raised in this area. I moved from a different state to be here, and I've only been doing markets for about 12 months now. And she quite literally, she's actually a thief. Like, she openly admitted to me that she's a thief. A really well-known crochet pattern is Anchor the Octopus. I told her about it, and then she free-handed her own octopuses by looking at Anchor the Octopus and going, oh, it's this shape, I'm going to do this, and da-da-da-da, instead of buying the pattern. Oh my god,
sounds
wow.
like a bitch, NGL.
She sounds like a bitch, not gonna lie. Thank you so much for the spitties. What is this little... Did you make that a pinned message? How did you do that? Is that a highlighted message? What is that? I've got like a little thing at the top of my OBS over here that I've never seen before. It was an option? That's hilarious. So not only has she started, like, she started with the octopuses, and then she started quite literally copying by looking at my products and making my products. This bitch doesn't know that I myself am a pattern designer, and she's quite literally ripping off my patterns. Not only is she looking at my things, so at first it was my loaf cat. Yes, I know loaf cats are a dime a dozen these days, but like I did my loaf cat the way that I wanted to do my loaf cat. It also has variations of bunny, dog, and bear, right? So she's ripped off my loaf cat, my snake. She's now ripped off my turtle. She's ripped off my squid. She started doing axolotls because I do axolotls and I sell them really well. She's now doing whales because I have whales. She didn't have any of these things. I like did a deep dive into her after I first noticed she was doing it. But not only is she doing that, she's using yarn that is exactly the same as mine. I have a red and black snake. She now has a red and black snake. I had a very specific yarn. It was this yarn that I made a loaf cat out of. She sourced the exact same color and made loaf cats out of it. Like, she's quite literally copying me and then undercutting me. And then on top of that, she purposefully uses a hook that's way too big for her yarn. And there's like all holes and gaps in it. And she admitted this to me. She goes, yeah, I don't really care if you can see the stuffing through. I just make it bigger so I can charge more for it. That is fucking wild to me. Like, that is so wild. But the thing that like tipped me over the edge last night that made me cry was that she now has a big dragon for sale. It is nowhere near the caliber of the dragons I make, but she's only charging $60 for it. It's about twice the size of Sherbet. And Sherbet's not small. Like, it just tipped me so far over the edge. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, her whole thing was crocheting birds out of acrylic, like budgies and galahs and things like that. And then her other thing was like Pokemon, video game characters, Marvel characters, like all licensed characters. That's all she was making, was licensed characters. Oh, excuse me, I got weird hiccups. Birds and cows, Highland cows for some reason. Anything and everything else. Or she did have some weird granny square turtles too. They were like round granny squares that you could like straight up see the stuffing of. Don't even get me started on those. Until I came along, that's all she had. She saw that I was doing really, really, really well, not selling any licensed characters, and is now dipping into what I'm selling, which is really hurting my sales. So I'm now trying to avoid markets she's at. So I'm like shitting my pants that she's gonna see all of my new products at this event because she's gonna be there. She's friends with the organizer and the coordinator, like the head lady. So I'm now shitting my pants. Like, is she now gonna copy my potions and my mushrooms? Like, it just feels so unfair, you know? What do you want, Ma? Oh my god, Wah. Don't send me weird gifts, you weirdo. Be sure not to overstuff your work. If you can see polyfill in between your stitches, you need to remove some from your work. I used about 10 grams of polyfill. Okay. So, we stuff. So, just a little light stuffing. And again, we're stuffing this just so that it doesn't slump down in the future. It's just to help it stay standing, just to give it a little bit of substance. I'm really making sure that you can't see. Yeah, so you can see it there. Push it back. As long as I'm careful about it, it should be okay. I'm trying to make sure that you can't see it through the stitches. So her stitches are quite a bit tighter because she's using a bigger yarn and a smaller hook. I'm doing the opposite. I'm using a bigger hook with a smaller yarn. But that's how I met Gage. So, because I don't have that size yarn. So I'm just going to be extra careful with the stuffing. I want to make sure it's stuffed well. How did that even happen? But I definitely need to be careful not to overstuff, as she stated in the pattern. Oh, excuse my cough, you guys. Okay. So, tap it out a little bit. I'm really loving the shape it's making, though. Just doing a little looky-loo, making sure we can't see any stuffing, and we can't. I don't think I've ever been this careful when stuffing something. I'm so good at like knowing my limits of when to stuff, but that's with amigurumi, not with something like this. Because like this is all double crochets and half doubles. I think we're at our peak. I don't think I want to add any more to it. What are we working on today? Trash Man? Garburator? What a name. Welcome to chat. You have a fantastic name. I am working on a witch hat. The pattern I'm following is pinned at the top of chat. It's like a shaped, ribbed, fun time. I'm just at the point now where the pattern optionally told me I could stuff it to stop this from like flopping in the future. So we're just finishing stuffing it. Just trying to make sure I haven't overdone it. This bit's supposed to like fold in a little bit more. I think we're good. I think that's enough. I really don't want to overdo it. Yep, it's ribbed for her pleasure. The hat looks fantastic though. Like the finished hat. I am going to be modifying it slightly. I think I'm going to make mine a bit taller. And I definitely want a bigger brim on mine. I feel like I should have nabbed a picture of it and popped it like down there or something so that people could see it. Okay, so we've done that. We've got to decrease all the way around. Okay. Oh no. I did the thing. I did the thing where I tangled them. Oh. And yes, I am working from 3 balls of the exact same color of yarn. The pattern is designed in 3 different colors. And the pattern designer said to work from 3 balls regardless, because that's how we're essentially what's called yarn sculpting is what we're doing. Which is where you... It's basically done by cinching yarn either on the inside of something or on the outside. So think of like a pumpkin, how you would make like something that's about yay rotund, right? You would then embroider a line on the outside and cinch it tight. And then you repeat that process a few times, right? It's called yarn sculpting. But we're just yarn sculpting from the inside. Yarn sculpting is such a cool technique. How do you get the brim of the hat to not be floppy? So there are a few ways that you can do it. One would be using a really stiff yarn, which I'm not. 2 would be, in the pattern, she actually does give you instructions on how to add wire, which helps it not flop. Or there are methods you can do to stiffen yarn. I'm not quite sure what method I'm going to use yet. I do have wire. I'm considering going the wire method. Hi, Heart. Heart, click the link. Look at the pattern. It reminds me of you, and I don't know why. Why do I feel like I need more stuffing in it? No treat. It is a cute hat, isn't it? I plan to adorn it with mushrooms, and I've got some little grass. And some ladybug buttons is my plan, or potentially butterflies. It is brown, yeah. So it's brown because I'm planning to add to it. I'm gonna put some autumnal colored mushrooms on. I want to make some leaves to go on. I have some little this is like for miniatures. So I've got like little bits to be like moss. Yes, starch is what I was thinking of as a stiffener. I could do that. That is an option. All right, I need to decide right now if I'm adding more stuffing. Let me in. Chain one, okay. Oh. 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 Oh, I wasn't prepared. I have to be careful with how much stuffing I put, because otherwise it'll... I need to make sure I cut the right one. Huh? Otherwise it'll, zhuzhidi-zhoo, you know? I wasn't prepared to need to cut any of these. I like straight up put my schnippies away. Okay, leave a tail, yep. Use a tapestry needle. I also need a needle. Do I put more? Do I put more? I don't know if I need more. I put more. I'm gonna put more. My indecisive. Watch this be too much. I don't think it was too much. I feel better now. I feel better now that there's just a little bit more in there. Do you guys see any stuffing? Fuck, I see stuffing right there. No one will notice that one spot, right? You leave my croissant alone. I think it looks fine. There's just a couple of little, but like that's if you're looking at it from us. I can't see that in person actually. Oh, I can a little bit up the top. Hang on. I'm gonna mush it down. Hit me. Hit me. No, I think we're okay. I think we're okay. Thank you so much for hanging out, Trash Man. It wants me to close this. Pull tight to close the gap, sew in the loose ends. Lady, if I didn't pay attention to you telling me to weave in the ends up the top, I ain't gonna do it with this one either. I'm gonna follow amigurumi logic. What do you need to work on, Wa? Exactly. Yep. Oh, what's that? I have a magical cavity that no one's ever gonna see inside of because this is for me. Oh, that's a good point. That's a really good point. I'm really not seeing any stuffing sticking through though. Like, I can slightly, but I'm like really looking for it, you know? I would definitely not say that this is overstuffed. It's very, very soft. Goodbye forever. That is not where I wanted you to come out. God damn it, Heart. Oh, see, when I folded it then, it didn't like that. I'd be interested to do another one in the future and not stuff it, just to see the comparison. I think it looks fine. All right, what the fuck's the next step? I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm having a lot of fun. I never get to just like make shit for me. This is exciting. I'm hoping I don't need needles and snips again. They're going bye-bye. Yeah, the pattern was like, weave in the ends from A, B, and C. And I was like, even if there wasn't going to be stuffing there, I ain't weaving those in. They're all like up here. This hat's for me. Step 10. Oh, I was supposed to mark a stitch with a stitch marker. Whoopsie-doo. So we're reattaching yarn B. It's all right, I know which stitch it wants me to attach it to anyway. To the first back post double crochet of round 20. I think there is a error in this. It says, and I quote, attach yarn B, which is this yarn, to the first back post double crochet of round 22. This is the stitch you marked with the stitch marker in round 22. I was supposed to apparently mark the stitch in round 21. So there is actually an error. It's meaning to refer back to round 21. I haven't done round 22 yet. That's what was confusing me. Using yarn B, but place a stitch marker in this stitch. Yeah, they're easy. That's fine. I don't need a stitch marker. Fuck the system. It wants me to attach it back. Where is my back? Wait, hang on, because that was not my back post. That was my third loop. This one. Don't immediately fuck me. Take me to dinner first, Yarn. All that work I just did is about to be hidden forever. No! Am I dumb? I'm dumb. Please hold. It was this stitch. This is my back post. That was my third loop. I know what's up. Ah. This is what happens when you're medicated. Just repeat what I just did. Thank God I realized that then and not all the way around. The tip of the hat's just banging on the desk. I know, someone said that to me last night. I'm not dumb. I am actually quite intelligent. Fun fact, I have an above average IQ. I'm just on medication that makes it very hard to think clearly. That is my literal entire problem. I have the foggiest of brain all the time. Yeah, why is the dumb one? I just want to roll my ham and they've given you chicken instead. Yeah. You right. You want to steam your hams? No steamed hams. The entire Northern Lights is taking place within your kitchen? That was a Simpsons reference, right, Wa? Good. Oh, I don't like what I did there. I split the ply. Three, four. What about steaming your clam? Oh my god, Neil. You shouldn't steam your clam. It can cause bacteria growth. What is wrong with me? I don't know what's happening at the other end of the house, but I keep hearing things like "yeah" from the boy. So there's some serious yawing happening up there. I think he's attacking husband. Why? Oh, eyes! I was doing, when I was working on Eggy earlier, the body works in increments of 8 for the increases. It was wonky. It was wavy. I completely forgot that when working in increments of 8, you're wavy until you start to build up just rounds. I don't know why 8 does that, but it do. Am I still working in B? I think I am. Hasn't told me to change yet. Stupid third loop. Oh, let me in to your loop. You belong to you. Yeah, I had wonk until about 4, I want to say 4 rounds in. That's not the loop I want. Give to me the loop of my dreams. Thank you. Is that the loop of my dreams? Yes. And even then it was still wonky. It is still chugging while I still don't have the shield either. Which, to me, that, correct me if I'm wrong, but that kind of boils it down to the CPU, right? Since I've tested everything else. Like, am I correct in that assumption? Yeah, fuck me. Well, here's hoping I have a good busy season. It's gonna be my first busy season ever. So I don't really know what to expect. And I've been doing 10 times table fee during like the slow season. So if I can pull 10 times table fee during the slow season, I'm excited about the prospects of the busy season, which from what I understand officially starts in October. And ramps up through November and December. Yes, it is October. I unfortunately haven't done a market this month yet. I was supposed to do one on the 5th, but Mr. Nipple had just started getting sick on the 5th/4th. I was at peak sickness, and the boy was also at peak sickness and had thrown up all over himself in the night. So this was the night of the 4th leading into the morning of the 5th. So husband and I got up at like 4:35 o'clock in the morning, something like that. To start getting ready for the day and everything like that. And he went in to get the boy up at about 7 o'clock-ish. Yeah, everyone was ill. The boy got sick first. At this stage, we'd already been sick for a week. Fuck, how many weeks have I been sick? Yeah, I've been sick for over 2 weeks. So yeah, we unfortunately missed out on our first October market, which was a long weekend market. So there was a lot of tourists in the town. So this event is going to be my first event of the official busy season. And it's a 2-day event. I'm really, 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 really hoping. So at my, at my biggest event, my biggest 1-day event, I pulled home 600 and something, nearly $700. And that was a bad day. Not for me, like I pulled bank. I just barely missed out on 10 times table fee that day. But there was major power outages. Most people thought that the entire event wasn't happening. However, the event is predominantly held by farmers, and what do farmers have? A lot of fucking generators, people. It was also one of the hottest days of the year for that time of the year. So there was a terrible turnout. Like there was next to no one that showed up. So the fact that I earned nearly $700 at a fucked event where there was like no people is pretty good. So if I can pull like $700 at a bad event, and then my first 2-day event, right, I pulled just shy of 1,000, and the first day I easily lost somewhere between $200 and $500 in sales because of a creep that was next to me. So if I can pull nearly 1,000 with someone driving my customers away, like I'm really fucking hoping to God that I can pull bank this weekend, because if I can, that will pay for all of my giveaways that I have to send out. Giveaways come first, and then it'll go to, I have to put a bit into savings. I have car registration to pay for, and then the rest will be going towards the new computer stuff. I know, I know. The boy be fighting, dude. What am I doing? The boy is mad. I don't know what's happening, but it sounds like someone unrolled his ham. Which one of you fuckers did it? Which one of you unrolled his ham? I'm interested to see where my hat measures when I get to the first checkpoint. Because she has like checkpoints for you to like measure at. To see if you're like at the, you know, right spot or whatever. I did not need an increase there. And then she gives you instructions on what to do if you're not at the right size. No, oh, fuck. Fuck. What is, what? Please hold while I get my shit together. Fucking do it. There we go. Hope I get the money I need. Thank you, Jay. I'm so nervous about this specialist appointment too. because I did a whole 24-hour blood pressure test for it. I'm potentially getting a new diagnosis. We're going to be finding out just how fucked my heart is. Like, it's a... It's never fun finding out just how broken you are. And my blood pressure test failed too. Like, it literally broke. And they only got 14, I think, hours-ish, if that, of the testing. Like, it just stopped reading around 2 a.m. So I had it put on me at 12 p.m. And then at 2 a.m. after like having not fucking slept at all because of the stupid blood pressure cuff, it just stopped reading. It was still inflating, but would not read. And then around 3 a.m. it stopped, like it would inflate about halfway and then it wouldn't finish inflating. So the nurse told me that like hopefully they can at least pull an average from the time that I was wearing it where it was working, but even then it was erroring nearly every time. I don't know how much data they're going to even get from it. We've got to be close to a checkpoint because I'm on round 24. In terms of round numbers, I think we're over halfway. Oh, I just assaulted you guys, sorry. Did I mess up somewhere? I don't think I did. We may or may not have too many stitches. It's fine. I have a big head anyway. Look at my little hat. It is moss, yeah. So I was like perusing just like Google Images and stuff like that, looking for inspiration last night, and I stumbled across a pattern that was like exactly what I wanted. So I grabbed the pattern and I'm going to be putting all the mushrooms and things onto the finished piece. I am going to be altering it slightly because I think I want it taller and I definitely want a bigger brim. I'm really hoping that we can get the whole actual hat made tonight. And if I do, not like the decoration part, but like the base, like just the hat part. If I do, I'll get Mr. Nipple to put it on and we'll take a picture. Mr. Nipple is my mannequin. Oh, my yarn went on the microphone. I think we're about to swap colors. Or I say colors, balls in my case. I really want to make this in 3 different colors though. I think it'd be gorgeous. Like I'm picturing like a mustard yellow, a burnt orange, and then like either a red or hear me out, hawthorn brown or even better, sage green. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Sage green turns at very 70s vibe. Who? You think I know anything about anyone? Oh, wait. Do not chain. I like the 70s. I love the color palettes from the 70s. Have I a figure? No. Okay, so we're dropping B. We're untangling the other 2 because they are slightly tangled. What have I just done? No. There we go. Fucking. Oh, wait. Oh, one more. Okay. I've untwisted them. All right. I was like, why do I have 3? Because I have a tail from where I attached this. Okay. This is C. Use my playing. Oh my god, let me train one thing. Fuck. I almost need like a second set of hands for this shit. I will look at that in just a second. Trying not to unroll my hand. Oh. Oh. I know you can be better. I'm gonna look at the thing. I don't have time for that. That's also not what I want. I don't like the gilly bit. Like, I don't want my hat to be a mushroom. I want it to be a hat with mushroom. You know? I have a really specific vision that I'm getting really pissed off with right now. This fucker is my problem. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time doing this now when I didn't the previous times. I got it. I got it. There we go. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. I was just struggle busting. Okay. Oh, this again. Nip. 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 Hi, Danny. Hi, Danny. I'm using the right ball, yeah. Oh, thank fuck. Well, you're lurking, though. with a phone 8 inches from your face. So if I scream, I'll wake you up. Maybe. How's Gilbert? Fuck, I split my ply, bitch. Oh, excuse me. What am I making? I am making a witch's hat. The pattern for it is actually linked, pinned at the top of chat. Metal Turtle. Oh my god, why is your name so hard for me to read? Are you metal like you're made of steel, or are you metal like get down with the sickness? Why was that my example? What the fuck is wrong with me? Both. I love it. He decided he likes you. See, Gilbert was the name for him. Your family named him wrong. Overthrow them. Just tell them he's Gilbert now. Yeah, so this is a top-down witch's hat that I'm making. This is where we're at. We're nice and curvaceous. We've stuffed the tip. He's very zoomy. I love a zoomy boy. Get out of here, you. I really want to make another one in multiple colors. Ding dong. Thank you so much for the follow. Oh, the boy's ham has been so unrolled. He's squealing. Hermes does fit him. Ugh. But Gilbert. Oh. I just pulled a stitch out accidentally. Oh. Danny, did you see my Discord posts? Did you see that I finished Sherbet? I also finished the mushlings. I still have 3 big mushrooms to make and 1.5 dragons, but I figured if I can get the base of this hat done tonight, then I can crochet the dragons tomorrow. If I'm quick enough, I can crochet up the hands and the feeties for the mushrooms. And then I won't need to bring stuffing with me, and I could take like the big mushroom stuff and the dragon stuff and just like pump it out. I'm determined. I'm so determined. There's no other way to put it. I am determined to get everything on that fucking list done. Mr. Nipple was even the goodest of eggs, and he went and took me a really good photo of Sherbet. Like, an Instagram-worthy photo. I think I need one more. Around what post do I go? I do not know. I think the post is here. That felt right. There is a gap. Am I missing a post? Mayhap? Mayhap? That looks a little more right. So I am a I'm a crochet artist, mentor, designer, teacher, whatever the fuck. I also do markets. So a lot of the crochet content I do here is for my market prepping. I have my very first medieval themed event that I'm doing this weekend. So my son who is 3, who is approximately 3'2", 3'3", is dressing as a hobbit. My husband, who is 6'1", is going to be an elf. And I'm going somewhere in the realm of like witchy, hobbity kind of vibe. My plan is to adorn this hat with crochet mushrooms, crochet leaves. I've got some little trinkety things that I want to dangle from the brim. I've got some little like grassy bits that I'm going to use as like moss. If I can, I think the craft store has some buttons that look like little ladybugs that I'm going to put on it. So this is that's the reason I've gone with brown for the hat, if anyone was wondering, because I'm going to be putting a bunch of shit on it. But if I'm going to get everything done that I need to get done, then I need to get this in particular done tonight so that I have time to do the decoration part. How are our quests going? Pretty good. Pretty dang good indeed. Right, what is the next? Oh god, there we go. The next row. Whoa. Whoa. We're getting crazy. Haven't done a round like that. No, maybe I have. Maybe I'm just, oh, shit me. I split the ply. Do you also craft, Turtle? We love crafters here. Of all shapes and sizes, all skill levels. Oh, you have stumbled into the correct channel. I am quite literally a crochet teacher. What sort of stuff inspired you to want to crochet? Like, are you an amigurumi person? Do you like wearables?
Ding dong.
Ding dong. Thank you so much for the follow. I hate when it's the me one. Ooh, a beanie? I don't think I've ever made a beanie. Oh no, I have. I've made one. I've made 1 beanie and 1 beret. Where I live, it doesn't necessarily get cold enough to like warrant beanies. Some people wear them. Not a lot. How many stitches have I done? Keep counting for stupid increase rounds. I mean, I need the increase rounds, otherwise it'll never fit my head, but stupid increase rounds. Whoa, what did I grab there? There you go. If anyone in chat wants to join the cafe, !, join, and you'll become a patron of my little cafe that's down the bottom of the screen there. I fucked something up. I should probably count my stitches. I have 2 extra stitches. You believe amigurumi is more your style? Amigurumi is like my one true love. I am wholeheartedly an amigurumist. I can make anything out of crochet. Like anything. But yeah, amigurumi, oof, it stole my heart. The first thing I ever made was a turtle. I skipped the granny squares, skipped the learning stitches. I just went, I'm gonna make a turtle. And a turtle I made. I've just done that. Round 28. Yeah. Getting to make all the little creatures and all the little babies is the best bit. Okay, hang on. I'm just gonna whoop that so that my round is at the top. Okay. We're doing the funky third loop again, guys. No, you fucker. We're getting ever closer to 100 stitches around. Right now we are at 70, nope, 62, 64, 64. Except I fucked up somewhere and I have 2 extra stitches, so I have 66 stitches. The next round is going to put us into the 70s. Oh my fuck, please. Have you seen, I forget whose pattern it was. Was it, what's that? All From Jade? Was it All From Jade that did the geode with the beads in? You can't make us swear for the life of you? Yeah. Look, wonk and slant and all that sort of stuff just adds character. Literally yesterday on stream, I was making some mushrooms and I accidentally embroidered the eye on one of my mushrooms too far out, and I just rolled with it. I just ended up embroidering the opposing eye too far out, and we gave him a derpy expression, and he's fucking beautiful. He's actually glorious. I would die for him. One might call him my second son. I think that's the beauty of Handmade too, is that like nothing is perfect. Everything is quirky in its own right. Everything is special. Everything has character. Even when I'm like market prepping and making things that are supposed to look the same, like my bees or platypuses, even they never come out the same. Each one of them is special in their own way. Oh, fuck me. Get in the loop. Do the stitch, thank you. How long have I been crocheting for? That is an excellent question. I'll be 35 in, oh my God, wow. I'll be 35 in January. And I taught myself how to crochet shortly after I turned 21. I learned how to knit when I was 5, and my Oma, which is my grandma, taught me pretty much every other fiber art under the sun, like sewing, embroidering, cross stitch, long stitch, like all of it. The only two things she basically never taught me were macrame and crochet. So shortly after she died, which happened right after my 21st birthday, I taught myself how to crochet. Mostly using written patterns, but with a tiny little bit of help from YouTube. Hello, Wah. So what is that, like 13, 14 years-ish? Something like that. I started designing about 8 months in. I kind of feel like I should, because I don't have the written instructions for her anymore, but I kind of feel like I should go back and look at the first thing I ever designed and remake her. I was inspired by the colorway, and she even had variations. She was a little princess. She was about this big. She was beautiful. What am I yapping about? We're just talking about crochet. Ooh, the boy be giggling. There's only 6 things on the menu. Do you need to see the menu? I can show you the menu. How the hell do I bring that shit up again? There you go. We have Fanty Exotic, Linza Cookie, May you crochet along with it? No. Yeah. Everyone should be crocheting right now. Hello? Fruit salad. Yummy, yummy. Good choice. Fruit salad, I think, gets me the most money. I specifically picked these things for the menu because they earn me the most mun-muns, and I leveled them all up a bit. So I think the fruit salad earns me like 4,000 or something per person who orders it. Oh no, sorry, the fruit salad gives me 6,500. Drop the link for it, Eyes. I'm curious if it's the one that I'm thinking of and I've just got the wrong designer in my brain. Okay, so we're doing some more third loop shenanigans. Snagged some ply there that I didn't want. I don't like where that's... Oh, fuck you. I bet you this is going to be the one I'm thinking of and I just had the wrong designer. Yep, this is the exact one I was thinking of. I've shown that one on stream before. It's really, really, really cool. Such a cool concept. Such a creative use of beads, honestly. Brilliant, brilliant design. Like, that's a 10 out of 10 design. We're already on another increase round. We just increased when? 2 rounds ago? So the increases are starting to ramp up. You know what geode pattern you should make? Mine when I eventually design it and release it. I think the fun part about the geodes is going to be figuring out how, because I would love how I've got the mushling. I would love to have an equal sized like geode baby. Like I want it, because my idea, like I've shown the sketches on stream before, like my very basic ass sketches. My idea is to do them so that they match the size of my mushrooms. So to have teeny weeny baby ones that match the mushlings, that floats my boat so fucking hard. And I think I want to do the same thing where I have like interchangeable, like I want to have a few different like gem types or whatever to put on top. And maybe like a couple of like maybe we'll do like a shorter dude, a taller dude. I don't know. I haven't quite figured it out yet. But I know the rough idea. I know that I want to also have it like interchangeable the same way that the mushrooms are. How viable that is, I don't know. So like if I can't do multiple bodies, then my plan is to do like more top types. It's getting really awkward to hold. It's every time I get to the point where the tip can't just sit either side, and when it's facing this way, that's when it gets weird.
It was one of those nights I was feeling kind of lethargic, and I knew I shouldn't have went to that place at all. Whatever was in my mind, my body pushed those thoughts, it just wanted to fly. Am I even hearing?
5
Just another dream.
Z.
Invisible man who's trying to become home.
Gaming. Hi, Lucas.
Scream to the top of my lungs, but no one seems to hear me.
I might need Mr. Nipple to get me a pillow to put like across my abdomen so that I can lean on it. This really is it's getting a little much on the shoulders. Only because I'm having to keep it in frame and like on the desk for you guys is this an issue. If I weren't doing this on stream and it was just in my lap, I wouldn't be having a problem. Hats, yes, we're working on the hat. What? Eh. Stitching this fast is a blessing and a curse. I often, very often, split the ply of the yarn. I often pull too hard, or not hard, but like too quickly, and drop my stitch. It's nice going quick, but it makes me make more mistakes. Oh, see, there was one there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have consistently kept my 2 extra stitches. I'm gonna just leave it. I have a big head anyway. I've got 2 extra stitches, that's fine by me. Blech. We're faking it till we make it, you guys. Here's where we're at. Look at that shape. That's cool, man. This is so fun. I'm having so much fun. This is a fucking blast, man. I'm thoroughly enjoying myself. Next round. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. We got a nice easy round. Raindrops keep falling on my head. After the event, we need to make a Mowgli. No, Mowgli is from Jungle Book. Somebody help me. Mowgli? What are those things that you can't feed after midnight? They turn into gremlins. Not the Mogwai? Mogwai? How do you say that first one? Not the weird gremlin one, but like the fluffy cute one. Mogwai? Mogwai or why? Language is difficult. Mogwai. Ah, okay. Yeah, I've had someone request one. He's a bit of a collector. Yeah, well, yeah, I know that they are technically gremlins, but I'm talking about the before gremlin stage, the cute stage. This guy like collects them or whatever. Like he has like a little bit of a collection, and he was like, "Is it possible that you could make one?" And I was like, "Yeah, I can do that." And he's beautiful. Every market that I'm at that he sees me at, he stops and has a chat with me. He's a bit special needs. He has like a carer and stuff like that with him. He's a lovely gentleman. He's missing half a leg. But he's beautiful though. Every single time. And he's been talking about potentially getting a custom piece from me for a few months. He just wasn't sure what he wanted yet. He was thinking about maybe getting a dog, like that looks like his dog. But he's ultimately settled on the Mogwai, whatever the fuck it is. The fluffy cute thing. My only concern is if I'm gonna have the correct colors. But I have a relatively decent idea of how I'm gonna do it, because I'm pretty much gonna have to wing it. Because I did have a look and see if there was any patterns available. And there were none that quite hit the mark. So we're gonna be doing a little bit of a free handy wandy. And luckily he said to me like not to worry too much about it. He just wants it before Christmas. So he'll probably be picking it up at the November market that I normally see him at. But like, I'd like to get it done though, right?
Puggle, this is why we can't have nice things.
Did the alert just not play the sound? Why did that just not play? Please hold.
Here comes the
Boy!
That one played.
Boy! Welcome! Here he comes! There he is! Here comes the boy!
Why? It shouldn't have been because one runs through Twitch and one runs through my bot. Let me go. It could be that the thing didn't know how to say it. Let me just go back in here. It's loading. It's loading. It's still loading. I replayed it. It doesn't know how to say it. It's going, oh. It's literally, oh. You confused it. Oh shoot, I closed the page. If one of you want to go in and refund that, that's fine. Oh. You should have just said boo. Yeah. Here comes the boy. I can't wait till my throat doesn't hurt anymore. Hello, boy. All right, sleep stitch. Do not chain one. Okay, we're dropping C. It's A's time to shine. It's been a hot minute since we've seen you, A. Okay. We're going to be dropping C here in a second. This one is A. It's not as difficult as you would assume. No, stay down. Why does it make me do this? Just let me. I just need it. Yeah, there we go. All right, now we're rolling. So we are officially on round 31. We have not hit a checkpoint yet. So this pattern has what they call checkpoints to make sure that you're getting the right size and fit. Oh, we've got a few more rows, and then we're gonna get our first checkpoint. So it's round 31 of something like 46, but I'm gonna be adding extra rows to it. I know, isn't the design so beautiful? The pattern is so well written too. And it's got really clear photos. Like, I have not struggled with a single step. I mean, I had a brain fog moment where I made a mistake. And way earlier in the pattern, like all the way up here, I didn't read an instruction correctly. So I had to frog a row. But that's on me, not the design or the pattern. So I had a couple of me problems. But yeah, the pattern is so well written. And I really like that the designer actually, they have a few different hats. And they have some mods that you can put onto their other hats. Or even onto this hat, I believe. There's 2 different packs of ears. So there's like mouse ears, cat ears, dog ears. The whole hat will be brown. And then I'm going to be putting, here. This is the idea. I'm gonna be putting mushrooms. I've got some dangly trinkets. I've got some little grass that we're gonna be putting on to be like moss. So that's why the hat itself is brown. We're gonna be putting a lot of decoration on it. Nice penmanship? Questionable penmanship. Oh, accidentally grabbed an extra loop there, but I fixed it. My goal is to just get the actual hat part done today. I was supposed to be working on the hat tomorrow, but after doing the gauge swatch and taking a good look at this pattern, because I was just going to freehand one, and then I was looking at like Google and Etsy and all that sort of stuff for some inspiration to get a better idea of what I was going to do. And I saw this pattern and I was like, that pattern literally is exactly what I wanted to make. So that's why I'm following the pattern instead of freehanding it. But yeah, after reading through the pattern a bit, I was like, oh, some of this is going to be really hard to do in a moving vehicle. Oh, excuse me. Like doing third loop stitches and back post stitches and stuff like that. I've attempted that in a vehicle before. It is not fun. Getting into the top of a stitch, easy. But when you have to like fiddle, like fiddle with getting between stitches and things like that, it can be really hard when you're like, you know, and like the roads are not great from here to the city. Very bumpy, which makes it harder. So I pivoted and we're doing the hat today. I'm gonna be pushing to finish the hat. Even if it means staying up a little late, that's fine. And then I'm gonna be working on my medium-sized dragons and or mushrooms tomorrow. My plan is that in the morning I will crochet up at least the feet. I've just realized I don't need to worry about the arms, but I do need to worry about the feet because the feet have a little bit of stuffing in. But it'll just be 6 feet and they only take me a few minutes each. So I'll be crocheting the feet up in the morning and then packing everything I need to work on the mushrooms and the dragons that I need to do. So that'll be my car projects. And then whatever I don't get done, I'll be working on stream tomorrow night. And then whatever still isn't done, I'll be taking for car projects on Thursday because I've got my class on Thursday. And depending on what students come to the class, will determine whether or not I can work on stuff in the class. Because sometimes if it's the more advanced people that need a little less help, I can work at the same time. Or if there's like higher numbers of people, then I don't have the time to work because I'm flicking between everyone, you know? But I'll at least be able to do stuff in the car and I'll still have like at least half the day. And then the plan is that Friday night I'll be putting eyeballs on faces on the axolotls. So basically I need to get at least if I can at least just get the hat done, then I'll at least have a hat to wear. The ultimate goal is that in between doing all the other things that I'll be able to do the decorative part of the hat. Even if I can't get the decorative part done before the event, I'll still be doing the decorative part because it's in my brain and it's not going to get out of my brain. So yeah, I like the ruffly fold bit too. Like my vision was to have this sort of a texture. and the creator is doing exactly what I was going to do, using like post stitches, third loop stitches, etc. Like I was going to do the literal same thing. The only difference being I was going to start from, like, looking at the little me, I was going to start from here to make sure it would fit my head, and then I was going to work up, like up the hat. So a post stitch, I'll show you how to do it right now. So a regular stitch is going into the top of a stitch, right? So under both legs of the V. A post stitch, I'm specifically doing what's called back post, where instead of going into the stitch, I'm bringing my hook between this stitch and this stitch, like so, pushing the stitch away from myself and sending my hook between this stitch and this stitch, grabbing my loop, and then creating a stitch. So that's called a back post. The opposing would be a front post, which is sticking my hook the opposite way, so going into the project and pulling the stitch towards myself. That's a front post. So front posts create like a ridge, whereas back posts create this beautiful, like, that's how this ridge is happening. It's just a different positioning of where you pull your yarn around a stitch, basically. They have different use cases in amigurumi. Doing post stitching, especially back post stitching, is really fun for turning tight corners. So like if you do the bottom of a foot, you can actually back post and it'll give you a nice rigid turn, and then you put like stitching up a leg. It's a really cool effect. But yeah, the designer really hit the nail on the head with it. She has another one that's really, really similar, but not textured. And I nearly went for that one, but I was like, no, like, this is what I wanted. You know, this is the exact vision I had. I really want to make another one in multiple colors though. Like I really, really do. Like even like I could see it being in multiple shades of brown, like this sort of a brown, and then like a hawthorn brown and like a cream. Could you imagine? Well, yes and no. Post stitches are not generally something that is used a lot in amigurumi anyway. They're mostly used in blankets, actually. And they're just normal stitches. Like, I'm just doing double crochets. It's just a matter of where I'm sticking my hook. Apparently it's really easy, according to the reviews and stuff. So I'm coming up to a checkpoint. So I'm on round 31. My first checkpoint is... My first checkpoint is at the end of round 35. So it says, this is the first checkpoint. Try on your hat to determine if you will need to adjust the pattern to get your desired fit. Your hat should sit about 4 centimeters above your ear and fit the circumference of your head before moving on. My work measures about 24 centimeters wide, and that's like across at this checkpoint. And she's got brilliant pictures. Let me drop the, oh, fuck you. Drop the brightness so you guys can see. So she's got a picture of how it should look at measuring. She's got a picture of how it should sit on your head when measuring. Like, the pictures are fan-fucking-tastic. She's done such a good job. It then goes on to say, if your hat fits similarly to how mine does in figure 27, move on to round 36 and finish the rest of the pattern as written. If your hat is too small at this checkpoint, I would suggest moving on to the next color change and round 36 to 40, but instead of following all those rounds as written, experiment with continuing the increasing by adding 8 increases into round 37. And that she gives the alternate round for 37 there. This should add about an inch of width to your hat. So I did a gauge swatch at the start. I was talking about this in the beginning. Let me just grab my 2 rulers. If you hit gauge going left and right, then your pattern will always fit around, right? If you don't hit gauge going, my ruler's bumping into me, going up and down, that could pose a problem. If you were making a shirt as an example, okay, and you didn't hit gauge going up and down, it would be too short. If your thing was too tall, your shirt would come out longer, right? So I hit my gauge swatch going across, but I was slightly taller. So the gauge swatch called for 9 double crochets across, 5 stitches high, and it was supposed to hit 2 by 2 inches, right? So I hit 2 inches across, but I was about 2 1/4 tall. And I was like, that's close enough. Like, I don't mind getting extra height or length on things personally. So knowing that mine has, strangely, I've picked up 2 stitches somewhere, it should, in theory, measure what hers is measuring, in theory, because I hit gauge. Raise the brightness. Which means I know for me, I will have to do more increases because I have a fat fucking head. It runs in my family. My son has a massive head. My niece has a massive head. Like, normal hats and helmets and stuff do not fit me. Around that one last stitch there. But yeah, the pattern is so well written. I dare say the version of this hat that isn't all wrinkly would be very beginner friendly based on how she's written her pattern. She has some other really cute hats in there too. One of them was like a smaller, like daintier witch hat. That would be really easy for a beginner to do. Your head's usually too big for hats. Yeah. Yep. Mr. Nipple bought me a hat that was actually handmade at a market. This was during one of our first markets, actually. It was our it was our 4th ever market, and it was right around Australia Day, so the end of January, which is like January is our hottest period of the year normally. And we didn't have hats on, and at this stage we didn't have walls for our gazebo yet because I hadn't earned the money to buy them. So Mr. Nipple ran around and tried to find hats to buy, and he bought 2 hats. We didn't have Slappy with us at this stage. This is when the grandparents were taking care of him when we were at markets. And he bought 2 hats, and the hat fit him beautifully, and the hat he bought me didn't fit. I ended up giving it to Nat and Kat for Kat's oldest daughter. And it was so cute too. It was like an off-white creamy color with cherries all over it. I was like, fuck. All right. I do have to take into account as well that this is acrylic, and acrylic can and will stretch. Hi, Sage. No, I even struggle with caps, to be fair. Ding dong, thank you for the follow. Acrylic is the go-to for amigurumi, actually. Acrylic or, what am I doing? I have it on my shelf right next to me. Polyester, like blanket yarn. Those are the two most common. Some people choose cotton for amigurumi. I actually suggest against cotton because cotton can be very taxing on your wrists, like in your joints. It can be taxing on your muscles because it's a bit stiffer. It doesn't have like as much give as acrylic does. I also recommend acrylic for amigurumi because it's affordable. It comes in a lot of colors. Oh my God, another baby crocheter. You have come to the right place. Your Avengers cap doesn't feel like it sits on your head low enough. Yes. That's what I feel like with hats. How's the day? The day's gone goodish. Oh, shoot. Today is a great day for new crocheters. Why? Fuck me. 7, 8. I also always like to encourage people, if you guys need a demonstration or have a question about crochet, please feel free. I also do gaming here. I don't just crochet all the time. I predominantly stick to like cozy-ish games. Sometimes we throw in a shooter here or there. But even when I'm gaming, if somebody has a question for me, like, hey Zai, how do I do XYZ stitch? Or like, I'm struggling with this pattern, how do I blah, 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 blah. I will always pick up yarn and a hook, flick my camera on and help. Fuck you, Puggle. I mean, good night, Puggle. It's getting really awkward to hold, you guys. Me. Are you using a stitch marker? You've completed one project, which is like a tutorial for beginners, the TLC blanket. What's the TLC blanket? Yeah, that's true. It can be pretty chaotic. I'm vibing with the music tonight. You don't have any stitch markers, but you're using a piece of yarn? Oh yeah, we actually have a channel in the Discord called Help Me, where even if I'm asleep or if I'm not live and I'm awake and my Discord pings, I pretty much almost always look at it straight away. If I'm asleep, there are plenty of other people who in the community who will help if they are capable of helping, that are from different the blanket made in lots of different stitches into it's kind of like a stitch sampler then. That's pretty cool. So what exactly are you struggling with keeping count? That is my question. That's actually a really good starter project. Oh, I don't like how there we go. How many stitches have I got here? Oh, we somehow picked up an extra stitch, you guys. We're rolling with 3 extra now. I think I know where I've picked the extra stitches up. I think it's the back post round after the cinch round. That is where I've picked stitches up. Again, I'm not mad about picking stitches up because I have... We might end up Twinkies? Do you mean twinning? I'm assuming you mean twinning. I'll be a Twinkie with you. Sleep is needed. Good night, eyes. Sage, why are you AOing? AO? Wait. I'm gonna give my best Sage impersonation. That's hot. I'm supposed to have 80 stitches. I'm pretty sure I have 83. If I get the base hat done tonight, I will be putting it on Mr. Nipple's head and taking a photo and putting it in Discord. Bum 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 bum. Bam bam bam. Stupid third loop bullshit. Me. Mr. Nipple is my husband. His online name is Achilles Nipple. Two come in a pack. Oh, yeah, that would very much be like an Americanized thing. Because we don't have Twinkies here, actually, I'm pretty sure. Yes, exactly. His only weak point. And when I tell you that man's weak point is his nipples, are you supposed to count the first loop on, as in this loop? Like the one that's physically on your hook? I like to explain the guy on your hook as he's just your friend chilling. The way that you truly count stitches, because like if I'm gonna do a true count, I pull this loop big and I fuck my hook off. The way that you count stitches is you don't hold your project like this, flip it up so that you can see what's called the top of your stitch. And each stitch, let me get something pointy. Here's a skewer I prepared earlier. Each stitch that you're working into has 2 legs, okay? And the way that you count stitches is by counting what's called the V of a stitch. So right here, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 stitches. Completely disregarding and ignoring Floppy McGee over there. So that's how you count your stitches. You always want to look solely at the top. Maybe one day you might get advanced enough where you can do what magic I do. And I very rarely see people who can do this, so please don't get too excited. Oh, this is a poor example. Please hold. Grab this one instead. Oh yeah, he's a bit easier to see. So this is a dragon I just assembled today. If we look at his booty is a really good example. Now I know the light is blowing him out a little bit because he has white on him. Believe it or not, I'm counting almost the entire time. Even when I'm like talking to you guys, in the back of my brain, I'm still sort of counting. Now I can do what I refer to as reading stitches. So I can see here that my beginning of my round is this stitch here. And that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 stitches. So I can read those, right? Then logically in my brain, I remember what the pattern went like. Most amigurumi will start with either 6 or 8 and then double. So I know the next round is 16. But this is where the fun kicks in. If I wanted to reverse engineer, if I didn't have the pattern for this, I would go, okay, so this is that's my 8, that's my 16. I know that that's my 24 because I can see a single crochet, and then this is, let me show you on the green. This is a single crochet. This is an increase. How do I know that? I just know what it looks like. And then on the next round, I can see increase here, single, single in between. And then on the next round, I can see here's an increase, and then one, yeah, that was an increase. There's an increase here, single, 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 so on and so forth. Like I can just see them. I can just read stitches. Even if I were to throw this dragon back down into the bag it was in and pick this hat up, I can just go backwards and I can see, where did we do an increase round? I don't remember what rounds were increase rounds. Oh, the previous round was an increase round, wasn't it? Wasn't it? Oh, this is the previous round. So there's an increase right there. These are all well, singles. There's an increase right there. It's all about, no, not at all. It is something, I don't know how, Danny, should I pull up the picture? Should I pull up the picture of the turtle? There's a reason why my chat calls me the crochet wizard. I am some kind of a freak when it comes to crochet. Crochet is the only thing I will ever toot my own horn with. Like genuinely, it is the only thing that I will ever be like, yes, I am fucking good at that. And I'll show you why. Give me one moment to find it. I'm pretty sure I know where it is. Crotchet. Photos. Is it in here? Now, remember earlier when I said I never made a granny square, I never did test stitches, I just went, I want to make a turtle, and I made a turtle? This is that turtle. Let me fit to screen. This is genuinely the very first thing I ever crocheted without ever having picked up a hook or yarn like prior to it. I love to hate you, dear.
Need another drink.
You need a bounce. Yeah, get out of here. Have a fun time at work. So I don't know why I know how to read stitches. I just can. it's a skill of mine that has come in handy where I actually just recently had someone commission me to replicate a crocheted dog that they had that someone gifted them years and years ago that they no longer had in their possession. And they had awful photos, not bad photos, but like awful quality photos. They were all pixelated because they were taken with like an old camera. And even just by looking at those old awful photos, I was able to, for the most part, without a pattern, completely recreate that person's crochet dog. And they were so blown away with it. The biggest difference between the two was the color of yarn. I tried my best to color match, and I worked with the person to color match. Like I sent them photos of the yarns that I was thinking would match the best in all the different lighting solutions, like, you know, natural light, white light, sunlight, dim light, whatever, like so that they could get a feel for the colors. What am I doing? Back loop. Not back loop, third loop. And yeah, in my opinion, the biggest difference was the color. But the shape of it was pretty bang on. But yeah, I don't know how to explain how I can read stitches. I just can. Maybe I was a professional crocheter. I like to think that it is because of all of the previous knowledge of other fiber art that I had. So I spent a lot of time with my grandparents when I was little. My sister was unfortunately born with a lot of complications and was in hospital for the first 4 years of her life. She and I are actually less than a year apart in age. We're 11 months and some days apart. We were supposed to both be born in the same year. Myself being January 1st, she was supposed to be December 25th. But her birth was the only thing in her entire life she's ever been late to. She was born a week late on January 1st of 92 instead of in 91 with me. And yeah, she spent the first like 4 years of her life in hospital, having many surgeries, reconstructive type surgeries and things like that. She's quite unique to the point where she's actually in some of those big old thickums textbooks, like medical textbooks and things like that. I won't go into details for what was wrong with her because that's like, this is a little too personal. But at the time, my mum was pretty much always at the hospital and my dad was working. So I was with my grandparents. And yeah, I pretty well lived with them for a few years. And then I lived, well, my family ended up living in a caravan in their front like yard for a little while because medical shit is expensive. But one of the things that I vividly remember was watching. So again, I learned to knit when I was 5. Knitting and crochet are relatively similar when it comes to like reading patterns and stuff like that. And like general knowledge of like how to shape things and stuff like that. Relatively similar. I used to watch my Oma, my grandma, crochet all the time. Like all the time. And I would watch her knit all the time, and I took an interest in it, which is why she started teaching me things. Why she didn't teach me crochet when I was young, I don't know. Maybe because in her mind, knitting and crochet was so similar that it was better knowledge for me to learn other things. Like she taught me embroidery, cross stitch, sewing, weaving. Like she taught me everything. Like she taught me how to hand sew. She taught me how to sew with a sewing machine. Like everything you can think of, she taught me. So I just wonder if it's all of the time I spent watching her crochet when I was younger. What kind of lace work? As in making lace? Because you can make lace in many ways. Ah. Oh, I need to remember to go in and hide that end. She did always tell me as well. She said that and I never understood what she meant, right? She said that I had fiber running through my veins. And I never ever understood that until I was, I think, 14 years old in year 8 at school, which is, for us, we have primary school and secondary school. Year 8 is the second year of secondary school. So like the big kid school when you're a teenager. Oh, I would have been 13. I know where you've seen it is when they have multiple spools of lace being used to pattern a dress. Oh, you mean like applying lace to things or making lace? I literally just lost my train of thought. Damn it. Oh yeah, so I would have been 13. My teacher in my textiles class got very, very angry at me. We had, applying lace to things. Oh, yeah. I can put lace on stuff. That's really easy. Applying lace to things is as easy as just sewing it on. Genuinely, like, it's actually quite easy. Making lace is a whole nother thing. That's a whole different story. But yeah, my teacher had us do knitting as our first like major project for our textiles class. And I finished my she wanted us to make scarves. I finished my project. So we had textiles once a week, right? So we picked up the materials and everything. She gave us our assignment, told us the length of the scarf we needed to get to, etc. I actually still to this day have this scarf as well. I have it in my closet in the bedroom. I should bring it out and show you guys one day. I picked 3 types of yarn. I picked 3 colors of yarn, 2 basic acrylics, and a fluffy eyelash yarn. I picked a dark purple, an off-white, and then like a multicolored eyelash yarn that had a bit of purple through it. I'm pretty sure it might actually just be a purple eyelash yarn. And what I did was I striped it. So I went purple, white, fluffy, but I held the eyelash yarn with the white because I knew that it was a pain in the ass to work with and I wanted it to still be the same thickness as the acrylic. And then I reversed it and went white, purple, white, fluffy, white, purple, white, fluffy. My stitches were so immaculate that and I finished it between the one class to the next class, and this was supposed to be like a 4-week assignment. I finished it in like 3 days. I was like, this piss easy for me. Boom, 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 boom. Done. I didn't even use the knitting needles supplied by the school. I used my own. I used the yarn supplied because that was part of the requirements of the assignment. And I took it back the next week and my teacher got so mad at me. She was like, I'm failing you on this assignment. And I said, excuse me? And this was a teacher that was like one of the only teachers in the school that liked me. I was notoriously bullied and I got in a lot of fights. So a lot of the teachers didn't like me. But this teacher was one of the few that did like me. So she was a textile and art teacher. And I was always one of her favorite students for like art classes and stuff like that. But she was so mad at me. She's like, I cannot believe you of all people have done this. And I was like, done what? She's like, you've either had your mum or your grandma make this. I said, no, I haven't. I made this myself. And she said, I physically cannot believe that you have made this. It is too well crafted. And I said, why? Why can you not believe that I made this? And she straight up said, someone of your age should not have that level of skill at knitting. And I was like, but why? She literally said, she said, have you got a mobile phone? And I said, yes. she said, are you able to call one of your parents right now? Because we were, the classroom we were in was nowhere near like the office for the art area, because like we had different buildings for different things, and this was the art building, and the art building office was like at the other side of the building, and she couldn't leave the whole class to go call my parents. So it was like, can you please call one of your parents right now? I was like, sure. Call up my dad. And he was like, what the fuck are you doing calling me? I was like, Dad, I'm in trouble. And he said, well, why isn't the school calling me? I said, I'm in class right now with my teacher. My teacher is standing here right next to me. She's telling me she's going to fail me on this assignment because of the scarf I made. And he went, well, why are you in trouble for that? And why is she failing you? And then I straight up started explaining it. And she said, may I please have the phone to talk to your father? And I said, Dad, she wants to talk to you. Is that okay? And like, he was like, yep. So they have a conversation, and the look on this woman's face when, I don't know what my dad said, but my dad was a very aggressively defensive man when it came to me. The look on this woman's face, it looked like she'd seen a ghost. Like, she did not look okay. Where am I? I want to start my next round while I'm yapping. She ended up saying to me, your father has confirmed that you did make it, but I'm still not sure. He could just be covering for you. Would it be possible if you could please start another project and just do me a little swatch? And I said, if that's what it takes, sure, I guess, like whatever. Like, it's not something that I should have had to have done, realistically, because, like, my teacher should have just believed me, especially after speaking to my parent about it. And I straight up whipped out my own knitting needles, and she was like, those aren't the school's knitting needles. I said, I know, I didn't want to use the shitty plastic ones, because they had the, like, plastic ones, and I'm a metal girly. I like my metal needles. Do I have them next to me? Oh, here's one. This, I've had this for so long. This is older than I am. I got this from my Oma. This is actually, I'm missing the pair to this one, but I do have another set of them. I can't see, it's over there. Oh, it's not over there. It's in a project bag behind me somewhere because I'm knitting with them. But yeah, this is literally older than I am. And I pulled out a set that is just like this one. And she was like, that's not the standard school ones. And I was like, yeah, I don't want to use the plastic ones. I prefer metal. And she was like, oh. And it was like, in that moment, her entire, like, defense of, like, in her head, like, she's gonna fuck this up, you know, like, it must have come crashing down. Because her total, like, her tone and everything changed. I immediately started casting on, started knitting up a swatch. I only got through like 4 rows, and she was like, you can stop there. And she then asked me, could you possibly come in at either recess or lunchtime and teach me some things? And I said, what do you mean? And she said, well, watching you knit compared to myself, you're actually quite a bit advanced compared to me. And I went, oh, okay. So I ended up quite literally teaching my teacher how to knit. And I ended up getting an A+. I still to this day am so baffled that she didn't believe me in that moment, you know? It's like, why? I could see why some students would potentially want to get their mum or their grandma to cheat for them. But what parent or grandparent in their right mind is actually going to do that, you know? Oh, excuse the coughing, you guys. We are getting so close to 100 stitches. We're going to be at 90 stitches after this round. Mr. Nipple, can I get some food? Thanks, B. Oh, split my pie. I feel like I need to be sitting with better posture for this now. Because of where I'm having to hold it. Whoa. What's the easiest way to thread an embroidery needle? Ah, I got you. I'm going to assume you're using standard acrylic yarn. My first question is, do you have a darning needle? These are my go-to needles. They're both darning needles. So a darning needle is specifically a needle with a larger eye and generally a relatively blunt tip. So I have two sizes of these that I love. So this is for my acrylic. This is for my bigger, thicker, chunkier yarn. The way that I do it... Where's my other ball of yarn? Is I sort of just like pinch it a little bit, but the best way is to get the either end of your needle. I usually do it on the end with the eye. Fold it over and sort of like wiggle it back and forth a little bit and pinch it. And then you should be able to push that pinched bit straight through the eye of the needle. I'll show you again. So folding it over the needle, wiggling it back and forth a little bit, which sort of like helps to put the crease, and then just pushing the eye. I sort of do a little bit of a wiggle there too. And that literally pushes the yarn through and you should just be able to grab the yarn. It can be slightly more difficult if you're using something that's a little thicker than my yarn. So I'm using a 3-weight. I'm going to assume you're an American. Americans predominantly use a 4-weight yarn, but the trick will still work with a 4-weight yarn. Where did I put my tube? That is like my tried and true method. I figured most of the people who watch me are American. So statistically, I was like, you're probably an American. Made sense in my brain. Where was my last increase? What did I do? I butchered that stitch. Hang on, I'm going back to fix you. You don't look right. Six, so this will be 7. So in theory, the hat should technically fit my head if I had a normal size head after this round. There is one more round to go before the checkpoint though. So this is an increase round and then it's just going around by 1. I'm trying to decide if I want to try it on after this round or try it on at the I should probably do it when the checkpoint wants. The only reason I'm considering trying it on after this round is because I know that I'm slightly taller than the gauge, which means that my hat is slightly, like physically slightly taller than what hers is. So, oops, accidentally pulled that stitch out. Oh, excuse my cough. I want to get this done so badly tonight, but it's 20 to 11. Ugh. I believe in me. What did I just do there? That was weird. Three, 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Ooh, not to toot my own horn, but I'm gonna toot it again. Exclamation mark patterns. I actually have some relatively beginner friendly ones. I have a Junimo pattern from Stardew Valley. My egg is so fantastic for beginners, specifically the egg, not the plush egg. The egg is really simple because it sort of teaches you just how to stitch and how to count, and it's just a simple little guy. Cheeky the bear can be really, really fun because he has you do some front loop, back loop stuff, a little bit of needle sculpting. He has you do bobble stitches and some double crochet. So it's a little bit more advanced, but still pretty beginner friendly. Trying to think what other free ones I've got. My brain isn't braining. The Junimo is pretty good though, because that's basically just a ball with little bits that you put on, and it teaches you a little bit about needle sculpting. All right, around we go. I actually had my, so I teach a crochet class. I had my students make the egg and they actually loved it. One of them turned hers into a bird. One of them turned it into, oh, I forget what she turned it into. One of them just kept it as an egg. I think she used it as a head for something. I don't remember. Slipped out of my stitch. Get in there, you. I guess it also depends on like what you're wanting to learn. Because different patterns will teach you different things. And that's what's beautiful about crochet. Eh. There we go. Oh my god, I split all of my ply just then. Get in there. There we go. Oh my god, this one stitch. There we go. You know you want to be well versed, yeah. Reading patterns is a tricky one. So learning to read patterns really kind of depends on your learning style. Reading patterns was one of the harder things for me to learn. Once you learn, so one of the problems is there is no industry standard, unfortunately. So no two pattern writers write their patterns the same. Sometimes pattern writers make up their own bullshit, which makes it extra confusing. A lot of people who write patterns are very long-winded and very wordy when they don't need to be. The best and most simple way to think of a crochet pattern is kind of like a math equation. The best patterns are written with brackets in mind. So rather than a pattern being like 1 single crochet, 1 increase, 1 single crochet, 1 increase, 1 single crochet, 1 increase, the best patterns are written like 6 bracket, 1 single crochet, 1 increase bracket, right? So implying that you would do 6 of what is inside the bracket, right? Like that is how a good pattern is written. Sometimes you will see pattern writers do like asterisk instruction asterisk 5 times or whatever, or like repeat the instructions inside the asterisk 5 times, which is just a long-winded way of saying 5 bracket instruction bracket, right? But generally, the shorter a pattern is written, the sweeter it is and the better it is. It's also unfortunate that nowadays every man and their dog think that they can be a designer, which I am so happy for people that they think they can. But playing around and freehanding things is so different to actually designing. When you design, you need to have your patterns tech edited, tested, proofread. Like there are actually steps to it to help you release a good product, whether it be for free or for a paid pattern. It doesn't matter. These steps should be taken. I'm due to have my medication and my nasal spray. That's what all this coughing is telling me. A lot of people will just have their chicken scratch that is their own shorthand that they then just type up exactly as their chicken scratch says and then release it as a pattern without having anybody ever look at it. Which in turn is kind of bad because a lot of these people then just hit it with all the popular hashtags and popular tags and things like that. And then the market is now overcrowded by things that have zero standard, let alone lack of an industry standard. All right, here's where our hat is at currently. According to the pattern, this should fit my head. So she has hers sort of like squished down. And it should be, where's my tape measure? Pretty much, yeah. Patterns that haven't been tested generally have a lot of mistakes in them. And there are a lot of people who will release a pattern and then never go back to fix it. If someone finds an error in one of my patterns, because it happens, we're only human, I will go back, edit it, and like re-upload it and re-release it essentially. Oh! Mr. Nipple, could you come here? I just want to make sure I'm measuring this right. I'm just measuring this. So it's stuffed, and you can see hers is stuffed here as well. Yeah, it's got stuffing in it. Is that how I'm supposed to measure it?
Well, what? Well, for that, yeah? Yes?
Because that's, I mean, the line is across here.
Yeah.
Oh, and she says about 24 centimeters wide. Okay. So if I'm measuring it correctly, I've hit the measurement. I'm going to take off my headset here. I'm going to take down my hair. Oh, which is unfortunate because I had my hair up really good. Oh, my hair smells good. And I'm going to try it on. Now, I do have to keep in mind, like I've been saying, I have a bigger head than most people. Mr. Nipple? I need him to come back. I think I need more increases, which was my assumption. I think it's sitting on my head roughly where... So based on this image, would you say it's sitting... So it says, this is how my hat fits at this checkpoint. It's about 4 centimeters above my ear and fits the circumference of my head. Is that roughly where it's sitting?
Yeah.
I think, yeah, it's definitely a little tight. I want more increases. Yes, I was just saying that yesterday when I was, oh, now I'm gonna put my hair back up. When I was making my mushrooms, it is my absolute favorite part of the entire process is bringing them to life. There is nothing more rewarding than giving something a face and a little personality. And I'm so big on eyebrows. Let me show you. Here are just 2 examples of some of my mushrooms. Like giving them little facial expressions. Oh, it's my everything. Okay, so the saving of the yarn scraps is a relatively controversial thing. Some people swear up and down that using yarn scraps to stuff things is fine and dandy. I, as a business owner, do not swear by it. At one stage, I was keeping all of my yarn scraps. That's not what I wanted. I no longer do. Because now there are tips and tricks and things that people do, like where you essentially create like a well of stuffing and then you put scraps inside and like encase the scraps in stuffing, which is all well and good for the first like 3 months of the thing's life. naturally, over time, whether it is an item that is going to sit on a shelf or be played with by a child, it doesn't matter. Stuffing will compact over time. It is just a natural thing that happens. It's part of gravity. It's gonna happen. When the stuffing that you encase scraps with compacts down, you're then left with the hard, stiff scraps in the middle that are like not, in my opinion, they don't feel as good. If you are making solely a shelf sitter that is just going to sit on a shelf, you know it's never going to be touched, whatever, it is fine. Stuff that with yarn scraps if you want. Totally a-okay. It, in theory, should hold up over time, but again, it can and will compact over time. I personally don't keep my yarn scraps because if I did, just as an example, I just counted how many balls of yarn I used in a month and a half, and it was 46. So if I kept all the scraps from everything I did, I would be overrun with scraps. I don't stuff with them, but I make things to sell. That is a big defining thing there. In my opinion, I would never stuff a product or even a gift with yarn scraps. But if you are more eco-conscious or environmentally conscious, by all means, keep your yarn scraps, stuff with them, do whatever you want with them. A really fun thing that you can do actually, if and only if, and this is really important, if you work with natural fibers like alpaca, like sheep wool, goat wool, regular wool, cotton, bamboo, you can actually
Everybody, it's time for a
throw
warm
those
cup of
scraps
cocoa.
outside for birds, and birds can then take it and put it in their nests. And you get bird nests that are all fun and funky colors. I cannot stress enough that it can only be done with absolutely 100% natural fibers though. You cannot do it with acrylic or anything synthetic like a nylon, polyester, none of that. Can only be done with natural fibers. Otherwise, because if you do it with synthetics, it's harmful to the birds. But at the end of the day, it mostly comes down to personal preference, whether you want to keep scraps and use them as stuffing, or some people keep them and upcycle them into more yarn. I don't have the time and or knowledge on how to make yarn, but there are people who will literally break the yarn down and respin it into new yarn. I don't know if you can do that with synthetic fibers, but I know that there are people who keep their scraps and do that. I'm just gonna hide this tail before I get any further. Oh, my needle. I lost my needle for a second there. I might just cut that there, actually. I just cut that there. She says that she has no snips. Yeah, if I were just making for fun and not selling stuff, I would 100% be using yarn scraps. I still think, so I'm also a mum. I have a 3-year-old. Well, he's not quite 3. He'll be 3 next month. Honestly, I still would not use yarn scraps in something that's for a child. Again, because it's harder, like it's stiffer, it's more, it just isn't as squishums, you know? But if it were just stuff to sit on a shelf or something for like an older child, then yes, I would use yarn scraps. Right, so I've done the checkpoint. I have established the fit of the hat. So I'm moving on to round... what round am I at now? So I'm going on to round 36. So she says, move on to round 36, do round 36 as is. However, do increases on round 37. And then try the hat on again. Okay. No, you are absolutely fine. Again, this is something I've been talking about recently, is the gatekeeping nature of the knitting and crochet communities. I am such a firm believer of passing on knowledge because it is for the betterment of society as a whole. Like, we as a people cannot progress in any capacity unless we share knowledge with one another. Whether that be knowledge on crafting, cooking, it doesn't matter. Like, that is how we as a people learn. And there's just so much gatekeeping in the crochet community. It's fucked. Okay, so moving on to the next color change. Round 36. Okay, so do increases on 37. Okay, so... Ooh, you know what? We have an ad coming up in a second here. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go AFK, quickly run to the toilet, because I require pee-pee. When we get back, we're gonna tackle round 36. We're also doing a color change, so I'm gonna be swapping onto a new ball. Oh, he bought me food. I'll be back in a minute, you guys. Okay. I return. The husband did pop some food on my desk for me as I was getting up. Oh, I'm slightly out of breath from pain, but we're okay. How are you doing today, Coco, by the way? Are you doing well? I'm gonna mix my food a little bit. Oh, I'm having such a sore tummy today, you guys. Between my tummy and my back, like I'm so sore in my back. I'm so overdue for physio. Assuming nothing gets in the way, I should be having physio next week, finally. I'm weeks overdue at this point. Sip of my coffee. Okay. So, we have a little bit of untangling to do, because I know that working with A tangles B and C. What have I done here? I've put the hat down funny. Oh, no, it's because I was trying it on. We got all tangled. Okay. We'll untangle because we're going for a letter change here. It looks like a lot. It looks like a lot, but I promise you, it is simpler than you would assume. Also, just a tip, anywhere that a pattern says MR or magic ring or magic circle, you don't have to do a magic circle. And this goes for any pattern ever. You can do what's called the chain 2 method instead. So the chain 2 method, let me grab my other yarn. So a magic ring is a little something like this. I'm not going to walk you through how to do it. I'm just going to show you. So this is a magic ring. It creates a big loop that it's essentially an unfinished slip knot. You work your stitches into here like so. Yada, yada, yada. I'm doing this really sloppily. You then pull it taut, right? You pull it closed, that makes your circle, okay? You absolutely don't have to do the magic circle by any means. I actually recommend against it in most situations, especially when it comes to wearables, blankets, accessories, anything that's going to get a lot of rustle and tussle, toys that are going to small children. No. They can and will come undone. Especially on wearables and blankets. A lot of people use them for the middle of a granny square. They then throw blanket in the washing machine. Washing machine goes bleh, 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 bleh. Magic circle comes undone, right? And then people are sad and they cry because hours and hours and hours of work. So the method that I always preach for amigurumi, I know this is black and I'm sorry. Black is not the best to give examples with, but it's what I have on hand. Is to just go 1 and 2. So chain 2. Now this is a little Zai tip here. Okay, here's a Zai tip. So there's my chain 2. A little quirk of mine that I do, and I'm sure if you guys are very observant, you will have seen me do this. I pull the second chain tight, so it almost looks like I just have 1 chain. You then work your 6 or however many starting stitches into the first chain. Now, mind you, I only pull that second chain tight if I'm doing single crochets. Also, I'm using a much bigger hook for this yarn than I would normally if I was doing amigurumi. So there will be a hole in the middle of mine. Boom. Circle. Did I do 6? I did 7. But that is a much safer method because a slip knot under there is a knot. If you do find yourself, like, again, I used a bigger hook than I normally would with this size yarn. I normally use a 3.5. This is a 4.5 if I were doing amigurumi. You can see I have a hole there. I could have crocheted over this tail, and then you can just sort of like pull that tail taut and it'll cinch the hole closed. And then you can, like, if you want to make sure that it stays secure, you can tie a little knot in the back. But yeah, the chain 2 method. Now I make stuff. When I tell you I make stuff, let me pick up this bag I've got over here. Pray that I don't knock my food off my table. Ugh. So I'm in the middle of market prep for this event. Let me move this bowl. This giant bag, we're going to be doing a recap on Friday night. This bag is full. And I mean, like, it is full. There is so much stuff in here. There's little potion bottles, mushrooms, axolotls. There's, what else is in here? Mushlings, like there's dragons. There's so much stuff in this bag. Every single thing in that bag started with the chain 2 method. Every single thing. I swear by it. The only time I don't use chain 2 method is if I'm making a wearable and I'm doing a circle on a wearable. So like, let's say I'm making a hexagon cardigan. I'll do the chain 4 or chain 5 and join to a loop. But that's just personal preference, right? I could still do the chain 2 method for that. Yeah, potion bottles. Have you not seen the potion bottles, Coco? They're new. I just designed them for this event. I plan to make some into keychains, like little ones, out of acrylic. Nom, nom, nom. Ah! The potions should come out about that big-ish. Roughly. I think. Yeah, I would not go with a tension ring. The number one thing that I tell people that is genuinely the hardest thing about crochet and knitting to learn is how to hold and tension your yarn. That is the one thing genuinely that cannot be taught in any capacity, because how I hold my yarn may not be comfortable to you. How grandma holds her yarn may not be comfortable to you. Do you get what I mean? Like, that is the one and only thing that I always tell people. Look, I say, look, I can teach you how to do any stitch you want, but I cannot teach you how to hold yarn. Actually, no, Sage. There are pretty well like standard ways to hold yarn, to tension it. And everyone sort of like fits into one category or another. But even the people who like, there are some people who hold their yarn like this under these 3 fingers and will like flick, like do this sort of a weird, I don't even know how they do it. Or even they'll do like this. Even 2 people who hold their yarn like this will still be holding it slightly differently from one another, right? So like everyone is different, but there are like sort of subcategories. I hold my yarn in, I've only ever heard it called this. I've never heard it called anything else before. The stock, lock and barrel hold. Apparently it is the one hold that is held the most securely. So I wrap around my little finger like so, and then around my index finger, and all of the tensioning if you guys watch me crochet, my little finger bops up and down. So I'm not actually tensioning with my index at all. All of my tension comes from my pinky. All of it. So yeah, just everyone sort of holds differently. Wait, you're a stock lock and barrel? Fuck yes! Minority check! Yeah, so the one downside for me, I'm a married lady. I can't wear my wedding ring with the way that I hold my yarn and tension my yarn. Because all of the tensioning happens right here. Right against my wedding ring. And my wedding ring literally stops me from being able to tension. I think for our wedding anniversary or Valentine's Day maybe next year, because it'll be our 5th anniversary, 4th wedding anniversary next year, I think Mr. Nipple is going to be getting me a chain that I can wear around my neck to keep my wedding ring on. So that I can still be wearing it. Because not only do I crochet for like so many hours in a day, my hands, because of my health, swell up a lot. So like at the moment, my wedding ring doesn't actually fit me. So, but like next week it might. It's just different. Every week is different for my hands. So even in the times where if I'm not crocheting, sometimes it still won't fit. So it'll be nice to be able to wear it all the time and like have it on me, because he wears his all the time because he can. But I have the limitations of like my work stops me and then my health stops me. Also, fun fact, you should never sleep in a ring, especially a wedding band, because often through the night, your fingers swell up, and that is the highest case of fingers getting stuck in rings. And if your finger gets stuck in a ring, the first thing that any medical professional or firefighter or anyone is going to do is going to fucking cut that thing off. Generally, that's what they do, is they just go straight for the nah. Also, I know I'm not crocheting. I'm eating. Nom nom nom. For anyone wondering what I'm eating, some tuna and rice. Okay. So, we're swapping on to B, which is why I untangled all of them. So, it didn't want me to chain one. I haven't chained one. That's B. No. Woobles are overpriced. Crocs are shit. The only thing that is good about them, air quotes, good about them, is the yarn. Their yarn is a lie. Their yarn is called like beginner friendly yarn because it doesn't split on the ply. So like, see how this yarn, I can like pull it apart? Wooble's yarn doesn't do that. Pretty much all of their patterns are just balls that you put accessories on. Like, their patterns are nothing special. It's just that they went viral. That is the only thing. Oh, you're having a homemade beef stew? I'm jealous. It's been so long since I've had beef. Oh, wow, that's really crazy, Coco. I didn't know that was a thing. All right, so we're doing the thing again. Yeah, again, a lot of people are very gatekeepy, and there are a lot of creators out there who'll be like, Woobles are great, haha, not sponsored, but really they are sponsored. What am I doing? I'm on the wrong one. All right, here we go. We did it. We did it. We did it. You got a deal? Oh, hell yeah. I love a good deal. That went way better than last time. Eh. Oh, please. Oh, please. Oh, please, please. No, you fuck. Nailed it. Ah. Also, even if a creator isn't sponsored by Woobles, a lot of the I'm really loving the shape. A lot of the time, creators will talk Woobles up and like really sing praises. Yes, convert to the stock lock and barrel. Hell yeah. A lot of the times creators will talk Woobles up in the hopes that Woobles will like mention them or tag them in a post or things like that. Unfortunately, a lot of crocheting nowadays is unfortunately like farming and engagement farming and things like that. It's all about that social media engagement, baby. Woobles are a really popular, much to my dismay, popular beginner crochet kit company. And they sell you like a kit that has like everything you need in it. So like it comes with the yarn, it comes with a pattern. That's good. You don't want to go overboard. You don't want to overconsume and have too much yarn. It's all coming back to you? Yeah, probably. For the most part, I recommend against crochet kits that come with everything you need, because often they either won't come with everything you need, or they're very poorly written patterns that are translated from like Chinese or whatever the hell, but translated so badly and they just don't make sense. And like they're even difficult for someone like me to decipher. Num 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 num. It often ends up being a lot more cost effective to find like a free pattern on YouTube, or Ribbler is a good website, RIBBLR. I refuse to use them. Or Ravelry is fantastic, RAVELRY. Ravelry is the biggest knitting and crochet pattern resource online. It's free to sign up. You can filter and do all sorts of crazy stuff. Really, really good database of patterns. But YouTube is a really great place as well. I'll type it. Yeah, there you go. Coco has a great story about it there. One of the downfalls of the Woobles kits is one of their biggest selling points as well, where they actually send it out to you with the magic ring and your first round completed. Like most of their kits come with the hardest part, the biggest learning curve already done for you. Like, what are you gonna learn from having a project already started? You know? That's not helping you. It's honestly hurting you. Like, yes, it'll help you learn how to hold your yarn and things like that, and it'll help you, like, learn how to stitch, but you're missing out on the most crucial part, being able to start a project. Like, how are you gonna go from Woobles to something else if you don't know how to start? I can't help but educate people on crochet. I love the craft way too much. It is unfortunately a dying craft, which you wouldn't think that given the popularity at the moment. Yes, I'm gonna be playing with Zoe on Friday. I'm really excited. Might be a mistake because I have my event on Saturday/Sunday and I'm literally going to be working on putting faces on axolotls while I'm playing. But I plan to be done with everything before then, except for the axolotl faces. They can fucking suck a dick. I know it has. It's been a hot minute. Oh, actually, we played a week or so ago. Just for a little bit. I think it was like 3 games with Wah and Husband. She's a slightly sweaty player. You have no idea. Have you seen me play Hunt, Kiwi? Oh, I play with a lot of 5 and 6 stars normally. I myself, I think I'm sitting at a 3 right now, but that's because I keep playing with Mr. Nipple and Wah, who are like 1 and 2 stars. I am hyper aggressive, but my God, can I sweat. Sage, tell Kiwi how good I can be. I play with Sage. Sage is one of my hunt buddies. Zai, what? You run with a bat? I am a LaBelle Talon baby. Mwah, give me that LaBelle Talon any day. The amount of Talon kills I get is astro-fucking-nomical. I'm so hyper aggressive. I can't sit still. Shut up, I do not. I really need to, before the hoedown, I need to make my Talon license. I'm thinking of making it like a little badge that little me wears. I know, I can hit players, but I can't hit AI. I will kill myself with throwable explosives 9 out of 10 times. But my God, can I land a headshot? I'm the most ass-backwards player you will ever encounter. She's gonna hate playing with me. If I don't have to do a bajillion market prep next week, Sage, we can do some next week. Yeah, stand away from me if you're my teammate, because you can and will get hit by my Talon. I will slap you with the pointy end of my gun. But yeah, I'm thinking of making a little license to put on little me so that I wear it like on my more covered titty there, like a little badge. And then if I hit people too many, like teammates with it too many times, I want to make it like a chat redeem or something to like revoke my Talon license and make me not be allowed to use a LaBelle Talon, in which case I'll take the little graphic off. But I want it to be like a double negative thing, so like if it gets re-redeemed, I'm allowed to use it again. I need to do that before the hoedown. It should be pretty quick and simple. In fact, I think I have a graphic I could use for that already. So many stitches around. Yeah, on my little, I was pointing at her, my little VTuber, the more covered, like the more covered titty in orange, because her shirt's like swooping off the side. I'll put it on the more covered one. so I don't create any tangents. For anyone who doesn't know, in art, a tangent is where you have lines that cross over other lines. And it's unappealing. Do you just have a tit out all the time? Maybe I do, you don't know. Maybe I'm a one-tit wonder with just one titty out permanently. Oops. Maybe I live that one boob free life. That's hot. Fucking hell, Sage. I don't know who our third's gonna be though on Friday. I told Kiwi, I told Zoe, and I quote, bring anyone you like, but make sure it's someone I can flirt with. That was my criteria. Bring someone I can flirt with. Don't, me. Hi, Crimson. She asked a group of you? Oh, hell yeah, she's giving me options. I already flirt with you. I have flirted with you many times. Yeah, teams are up to 3. So you can play solo, duo, or trio. Does that mean you're out of the running? Oh, hell no, baby. If you want to come flirt with me. You want to be the third just for the flirting? No, Sage. Bad Sage. Down. You wouldn't be able to actually, Sage, because of the time that we're going to play, because she's in my time zone. Sort of. I'm in the wonky time zone. You would be asleep when we're playing. And we all know what happens when I tell you to set alarms. You fail. Who doesn't want to start gaming at 3 AM? I know, right? I still need to design that alpaca. No one's hit the point limit yet to get an alpaca. For anyone who doesn't know what adopting an alpaca does, I quite literally will crochet an entire alpaca and send it to you at my own cost. Not a life-size alpaca, I want to point that out, like a plushie alpaca. A plush packer. Where would I put it? You know, just in your yard, next to your real alpacas. Depends what dragon she wants. I have many kinds. Would you like to see 2 examples? I'll show you some. I've got some right next to me. Oh! Oh! At the moment I am. Husband, I require you to take the bowl of food away. Oh. This fucking bag is so full. This is my smallest size dragon. Yes, this one is Spyro colored. These run 25 Australian dollars. Ah, he's mad. Do I even lift? No, I am disabled and very weak. This will be a pattern that I eventually will release. It's one of my newest designs. I designed it back in August of this year. So there's this size dragon. There it is compared to my hand. Right, so this is what I call my small dragon. Oh. This is what I refer to as my medium dragon. Quite a size difference, as you can see. This is not my design. The pattern is by Snugglebeans Crochet. Very long tail. This one's name is Sherbet. These ones set you back 100 Australian dollars. I actually lose money on these ones. I'm also in the middle of making... Ooh, I've affectionately named this one Eggy, after eggplant. That's the one I'm working on at the moment. I just assembled this boy today. Mr. Nipple! Just you wait a moment here, Kiwi. Just you wait. Mr. Nipple!
What?
Bring forth Esmeralda. Ooh. I made a custom, one-of-a-kind free-handed piece for a man to give to his wife on the day of their wedding. It was a Eastern style dragon. I always get those confused. So the kind of dragon that has no, like a Chinese dragon, like the wriggly wormy snaky kind. It had armature inside. It was massive. It was, trying to remember the size. This was years ago. This was over a decade ago. This was a $3,000 commission. And I very much lost money on it. I hand did hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of scales for this thing. And it was at least, it was over a foot tall by at least 3 feet long. Yeah, it was a $3,000 commission. It took me so, because I did it in this size yarn. He was huge. And it was so intricate, one of a kind. I wish I had photos to show you guys, but I've told this story before. My ex, I learned the hard way. I used to only keep a single copy of my photos and my entire portfolio was on an external hard drive. My ex spilled a can of Pepsi on it, corrupted the entire hard drive. I sent it into companies to try and fix it and get all my data and everything. Gone. All of it gone. Years and years and years of my portfolio gone. Hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of photos of everything I ever made and sold gone. I now keep my photos on my computer and on the cloud and in Discord for the most part. In recent times, the biggest plushie I've made is this one. This one sets you back about 200 Australian dollars. This one I actually just gave away for my big celebratory stream. Raniella was the winner. I will be sending it to her. But she's pretty big. Here's my hand in comparison. She's pretty bigums. We made her here live on Twitch. We collectively named her. So again, the base pattern is by Snugglebeans Crochet on Etsy, but I put my own flair on her. Papa Neil, if you will, Daddy Neil. Neil. Yeah, I know she's gonna be putting it in her streaming setup. Neil actually came up with the colors for it. He said, why not base it on a frog? And I went, what do you mean? And then he said, go look up specifically a red-eyed tree frog. And that is where she gets her colors from. So these frogs are very vibrant green. They have white bellies. They have red or orange toes. They have beautiful vibrant blues all over their back. So that's where she gets her colors from, is a red-eyed tree frog. The camera doesn't do it justice, but there is actually, much like this yellow is trimmed in white, this tealy blue is trimmed in a lighter tealy blue. The camera doesn't do a very good job at it, but yeah. Those are some examples of dragons. I'm assuming that she wants the small one. Because she was watching me make them, I think. Also, Raniela's daughter actually has a big dragon from me. It was the first one I actually made to get, because I don't like to sell prototypes. Could do. Good night, Kiwi. If I made... Oh, the boy took it. I had an example, but the boy took it. If I made my egg in blanket yarn, it would come out like probably yay big. So you can absolutely make bigger versions. You can also hold yarn multiple times. So you could hold it double or triple if you don't have bigger yarn. Right, so we're coming into the end of round 36. So I'll need to scroll back up in the pattern. Oh, split my ply there. And double check the instructions for round 37. I'm pretty sure I remember what they were, but I want to make sure. I can't believe it measured out exactly as the pattern wanted. I'm pretty chuffed by that. No, Coco. Bad Coco. I do sell dragon eggs, technically. Dragon egg dice bags. Eh. Where's my oh? Oh. Yeah. Eh. Eh. So a general rule of thumb is that whatever your yarn label says, so 3-weight yarn as an example, usually recommends either a 4 or a 4.5 millimeter hook. The general consensus is that you size down a millimeter or 2. It depends, or anywhere in between. It depends on your tension. So I personally have a very tight tension. So if a yarn recommends, let's say my blanket yarn, my big yarn recommends an 8 millimeter, I use a 7 millimeter. My acrylic that I use recommends a 4.5 millimeter, I use a 3.5. Usually someone would use something like a 2.75 or a 3 millimeter on a 3-weight. But again, I have tight tension. So with tight tension, the smaller the hook you use, the harder it is to get into your stitches. You'll eventually learn like your comfortable hooks for what type of project you're doing. So like I have go-tos. What am I hooking? What? she was all like, where are we? What am I doing? But give me the yarn. What am I stuck on? No. Saved it. I saved it. I saved it. We're okay. I saved it. Ah, there's my stitch top. So as an example, with my 3-weight yarn, with my tight tension, if I'm making a wearable, I use a 5.5, so I size up. Right? If I'm doing like cuffs on like the wrist part of like a jumper or something, a sweater, cardigan, whatever, I will generally use a 4mm. Like I know personally for myself what size hook I need to use in what situation. It is something that you will learn over time. Okay, hang on. So okay, so it wants me to half double crochet in each stitch around. However, aha, beautiful. Okay, we are putting increases in. So I'm gonna just go whoop whoop, make that big. Yes, correct, yeah. If you have a looser tension, generally you want to stick with the recommended hook size. This is if you're doing a wearable. If you're doing amigurumi, you always use smaller than recommended, no matter what. Like always, 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 you will use smaller than recommended. I am on the larger side of the smaller than recommended though. Also, I highly recommend ergonomic hooks. So I think 4-weight yarns generally recommend a 5 or a 5.5mm, so a 4mm could do the trick. Usually beginners have relatively light and uneven tension, or sorry, loose and uneven tension. So you could probably, if you have a smaller hook, like a 3.5 or a 3, you could try that. And that could help. Where did I do my increase? Ah. God, I hate half double crochets. They are the bane of my existence. Oh, I did. So, crochet is the only fiber art known to mankind that cannot be replicated by a machine. Unfortunately, in the fast fashion world that we live in, most crochet garments are either actually not crochet or they're made sweatshop style in China. So a lot of people don't go and seek out actual, like, people like me to make crochet things for them. It tends to be a bit of a fad in modern times. Like, a lot of people will pick it up, do it for like a few months and then drop it. It had a huge boom through COVID, like huge. I don't know why, I don't know how, I don't know why it got so popular through COVID, but immediately, like 2 years after COVID, like in 2022, the popularity died down again. That being said, crochet has been a dying art for the past about 70 to 80 years, believe it or not. It has been seeing a steady decline in the number of avid crocheters, which is just an unfortunate thing. I happen to be a crochet nerd as well. Please hold. 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I had to get to the end of my count. I was midway through and I didn't want to have to recount my stitches. I adore seeing new crocheters. Honestly, it brings me such joy to know that people are excited to want to do this craft. But yeah, it's just, I watch a lot of informative stuff and I do a lot of reading and stuff like that. Yeah, see, here's the thing. It's really, really popular with high school students, but it's that fad mentality. A lot of young people are picking it up and then dropping it. So it looks like it's more popular than it is. And it's part of the reason why it looks more popular than it is at the moment is because of the current popular aesthetics. So at the moment, really cutesy things, a little bit of cottagecore, like think about the really, really, really popular go-to aesthetics at the moment. Crochet stuff just fits. So a lot of people see crochet things and are like, ooh, I can learn that. I can do that. And then a lot of them drop it. And when the inevitable happens of like popular aesthetics changing again, as they do, crochet will die back down again. Like crochet had a huge resurgence in the 60s and 70s. And then it died out quite heavily. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fun fact, back when crochet was sort of like roughly first invented, I say roughly first invented, there is no true known origin of crochet. Ah. Oh, that's it. Hold on. I'm doing me medicine. Mr. Nipple, can I get a medicine cup? I'm gonna do my nasal spray too. There is no true known origin of crochet, nor is there a true known like year or rough year at all for when crochet was invented, because several peoples, so like the Irish, the English, different Asian cultures, all kind of invented their own version of crochet at different periods of time, like without ever having interacted with one another. They just sporadically and miraculously came up with the same craft, which kind of makes sense when you think of the types of crafts that were used for the type of fabric makings, etc., etc. The most notable use of crochet, though, believe it or not, was nuns. A bunch of nuns were crocheting, and that's actually where it first gained popularity. So, yay nuns. I forget what time period that was. Oh, I just put the nasal spray in. Oh my god, the child safety. Ah! Oh, I got it. Fun fact about the lack of known origin of crochet, though. Hi, Grandma. I hope you're doing well today. Oh, hopefully that medicine and the nasal spray helps. Big part of why I'm coughing right now is I still, months later, have a middle ear infection and I'm getting over an incredibly bad cold. / might have been the flu. And I have what's called like post-nasal drip. So it's like dripping down from like the tippity top of my nose down into my throat region. It's great fun. I lied, it's not great fun. What was I just saying? I was saying something. It's gone from my brain now. Oh! You can still to this day see essentially like evidence of different cultures having made crochet on their own. Especially the easiest way that we can still see that crochet had different origins, UK versus US terminology. Right? Like we can still see it in modern times. There are other crochet languages as well. There's actually Irish crochet. I forget how many of them there are, but like they all date back to different cultures making crochet, like essentially inventing crochet. Oh. The Irish were one of the most notable cultures to use crochet, actually. They used it in a lot of their garments. And a lot of their like homewares and things like that. For anyone new here, my flavor of autism is crochet. Crochet is my hyperfixation, and it took me until I was literally this year old to figure that out. My husband had to enlighten me to that fact. He was like, "You're an idiot," because my whole life I thought my flavor of autism was dinosaurs, because dang am I a dinosaur girly. But he really opened my eyes and he was like, no, your flavor of autism is 100% crochet. And I was like, what do you mean? And he was like, what is the one thing that you could talk about for hours on end? What is the one thing that you fixate on beyond anything else? What is the one thing that you know just about everything about? And I was like, oh my God. Oh, actually, that is something I didn't know. If that's a crochet factoid, that's fun. Shipping ports, that's fun. Yeah. So this should be the last set of increases I need, because this is the one set extra that I've just put on. But you need to double check crochet. Fun fact about crochet versus knitting. Knitting is the art of making many stitches. Crochet is actually the art of making many knots. What we call stitches are actually just glorified knots. So I think we're almost at the next checkpoint for the hat. I don't know how much more of the hat I'm going to be able to get done tonight, you guys, because it is midnight. I really want to get it done, though. Oh, yeah. You can only crochet in the round. Yes, yeah. If you work better in the round than you do going back and forth, Coco, might I suggest an introductory wearable of the hexagon cardigan? Because you go round and round for that, you don't go back and forth. And you only technically have to make 2 pieces. And there's very minimal sew. In fact, you don't even have to sew. You can just slip stitch it together. That's if you were interested in doing a wearable. Hexagon cardigans are one of my favorite things to make. I've made so many tiny ones for small humans. They're so fun too because you don't even necessarily need to make them as a cardigan. You can seam it in the back and the front and make it as a pullover. The hexagon part of it is more about the construction of it than anything else. So if you got a chunky enough yarn or held your yarn double or triple, you could actually do a hexagon wearable in a day. Alternatively, if you have a plushie that you really, really like, make a wearable for that. This is not a cornucopia, it's a witch hat. Fuck you. Earlier on, when it was just like this big, chat was calling it a burnt croissant. Yep, there you go. A burnt croissant. Fuck all of you. You can make Rory a little sweater. I can't wait till I get to snip off some of the fucking yarn. My yarn attacked me. You have a Rory from Beeper? Are you collecting Rorys? Wait, do you have a Rory from Beeper? Am I understanding that correctly? Oh my fucking god. Now you have to get Lady B to make one. And everybody else that you know that crochets. China makes. She makes Rorys. This wouldn't be so awkward to hold if the tip wasn't stuffed. I think if in the future I do make another one, I think what I will do is follow all the instructions to get to the stuffing point and then not fucking stuff it. And like go back and stuff it after the fact. Ugh. If I'm being honest, I don't know. When I heard about the concept of hexagon cardigans, I just went, okay, and started freehanding them. I'm sure you could probably find an amazing tutorial on YouTube or a free pattern, because essentially the concept is entirely the same no matter what fucking pattern you make. The concept is make hexagon, fold, and seam it up. Make hexagon, fold, and seam it up. Attach two pieces together. I do know that Passionate Kelsey on YouTube is she's either just released a pattern or is releasing a pattern for the hexagon cardigan. And the method in which she does hers is kind of brilliant. She has it so that you don't snip off your yarn and you end up like crocheting back, and like it's really brilliant. But I believe hers is a paid pattern. But yeah, they're genuinely really, really easy. If you know how to make a granny square, then you essentially know how to make a hexagon granny square, because it's just extra clusters. And if you know how to make a hexagon, all you have to do is figure out how to fold it, and Bob's your uncle. One of the things that I've really heavily been considering for next year is doing a crochet along with you guys. Have I ever gotten burned out from crochet? Yes and no. I got burnt out. So I used to only sell baby items. So baby blankets, baby hats, baby booties, baby bears, like stuff for babies. Like things that people would gift babies. Or like, sorry, the parents of newborns. I got burnt out from only making that stuff. And then I switched my business model and I niched into what I wanted to make, which was amigurumi. Also because people don't pay what crochet is worth most of the time. And it was costing me $40 to $60 in materials for a blanket that I was selling for $100. So I was making like at most $40 in air quotes profit and basically not being paid for my time. And that's why I niched into doing amigurumi, and I started doing one-of-a-kind pieces. My entire business model was one-of-a-kind pieces. That was before I moved though. I lost all of my clientele when I moved. I moved to a different state. So I had to pivot and essentially rebuild my business from the ground up. Which is why I pivoted to online, streaming it, doing markets, selling patterns. My big goal for next year is to do YouTube tutorials and keep releasing patterns. And I know that like YouTube tutorials are like a dime a dozen, but everyone teaches differently, right? And different people learn in different ways, so. Blip. Where's my loop? I think. Oh, what happened there? You bugger of a thing. I accidentally caught the ply of the wrong loop and it hooked in with my proper loop. But yeah, I would love to do a crochet along with you guys. I don't know what, like, I would probably have to poll the community and find out what you guys would want to make, whether it be like a wearable or like an amigurumi, a blankie. Because I would want it to be like a multiple week thing, you know? because I know that you guys are going to go a lot slower than I am at it. And that's not me trying to be insulting or anything. I just know that I'm a lot faster than most of you. But I would love to like potentially have it be something that either I can make multiple of, or, you know, just something like that. Yes, exactly. That is the problem that most people actually have when it comes to a lot of the tutorials out there. A lot of people teaching don't explain things in enough detail. Actually, I will recommend Bella Coco, Bellacoco, I think is the name, on YouTube. She's brilliant. She has quite good tutorials. The one downside for her is that she teaches in UK terminology, and in the modern world, most people use US terminology. UK is slowly fizzling out a little bit because US is so prominent online, and even like I learnt in US terminology versus Australia as a whole predominantly actually uses UK terminology. I met someone very, very recently who is early 30s, who's been crocheting for quite a while, taught herself using online resources. She actually had no idea that there was such a thing as UK terminology. And she was like, is that why I get confused talking to older people about crochet? And I was like, yeah, probably, because all of the oldies in our country know UK terminology. And she was like, mind blown. That's actually something new. It's been something that I wanted to do for a while. We have Danny to thank for that. For those of you who don't know, I know the conversions off the top of my head, yeah. Danny Tells All, my best bitch, my right-hand lady, my wonderful mod, she converted them all. She is my pseudo-employee. So she's my employee that doesn't get paid. She is my proofreader. She's my tech editor. I'm making a witch hat, Molodoo. I'm gonna be putting a bunch of mushrooms and like little grassy boys on it and stuff like that. Considering putting a skull on there. I've got some dangly things to put on. I'm hoping to pick up some ladybug beads. You're getting Sorting Hat vibes. Oh, it is giving Sorting Hat, isn't it? Oh my god. It so is. Oh, I didn't even notice that. But yeah, Danny, I sort of just give her bonuses. She gets all of my patterns for free. I buy her things occasionally. She actively yells at me to give her more work, and I'm like, ah! What do you want from me? Danny is the first person who sees every single one of my patterns. She proofreads them, tech edits them. They then go through testing, after which we both proofread it again, and any further editing that needs doing, she helps me with. So Danny is the first and last person who sees my patterns before they release. Cup buddies. At the right loop. Oh! I ain't going back to fix it. Can I fix it? So the ply for that got fucked. The ply for it's all behind. That's really unfortunate. No one's gonna notice it in the end. It'll be fine. This is a really thin stitch top there. She even helped me out when I messaged her on Discord because I was having trouble doing an attachment. Yep. Also, anytime anyone ever reaches out to me via like email or Instagram, Discord, whatever, regarding any of my patterns, I pride myself on customer service, even if it's just a free pattern that the person has picked up. I usually get back to people in under 24 hours. If it is noticeable enough, like I'll probably get my husband to take a look, and if he doesn't notice it, then it's fine. But if it's noticeable after the fact, because I can really see it, it's right there. I'll just like, I'll put a fucking ladybug on it or something. I'll hide it. That's the beauty of the fact that I'm going to be decorating this. But yeah, I pride myself on customer service, whether it's a paying customer or not. I don't care. Because I know what it's like to be on the opposite end, right? Where I need help from a business or whatever in regards to like a product or something, and they take like, no pun intended here or whatever the fuck, but like 5 to 10 business days to get back to you. Ugh. Yeah, if I'm awake, my response time is pretty quick. It's when I'm asleep that I feel bad that people have to wait a few hours, you know? But I mean, there's nothing I can do if I'm asleep, right? I gotta sleep sometime. You did check my time zone? Oh, that's cute. I want to try it on after this row. I have one more row before it's the next try on. Oh my God, next row's round 40. There are only like 46 fucking rows in this hat. Am I staying up till 2 a.m. to finish a hat? Maybe. I should probably yell at Mr. Nipple to have a shower now. Because knowing him, he'll want to shower in the morning. Actually, what time? Let me have a look. What time is my appointment in the morning? Yeah. Oh, my appointment's in the afternoon. Okay. 1:20, which means we'll leave here around 11, so that's okay. I can stay up till 2 and wake up at 7 and work. That's fine. Cornucopia. God damn it. Now I can't unsee it as a cornucopia. So mad. Oh, we're rounding the bend. Here we are. Oh my God, how dare. No, I see it. I see it. It makes sense, sadly. Yeah, clearly her 3 blankets are no good and yours is better. remember that I was making the witch hat. Yeah. I was actually supposed to make the witch hat tomorrow in the car. But after I did the swatch, how do I store my yarn? Where's my phone? Please hold. Now, I'm about to show you a photo, but I need you to please bear in mind, this is my job. I do this as a business, so I have a lot of yarn. I do have a personal stash of yarn. However, my personal stash, and I will point out in the picture how much of my shelf is a personal stash. My personal stash is quite small. In my personal stash, I have yarn for a cardigan, yarn for a jumper, yarn for a blanket, actually yarn for 2 blankets. So this is specifically my blanket yarn-ish. So I have 3 of these shelves. I actually have more than 3. I have 5 on the wall behind me. And then I have these 2 that are right next to me, like literally right there. So on this shelf, get out of the way, China. This is my variegated blanket yarn. Down here is my, and this was right after I got my manufacturer, like direct from manufacturer bulk purchase of yarn, right? So my shelf was full. It is not that full now. I've used about 1/3 of this yarn already since getting it a few months ago. Down here is where my whites, grays, and browns begin. And then these bottom 3 are also blanket yarn. This is my reds, yellows, oranges. This is my greens and blues. This is my pinks and purples. Okay. The next shelf up. Oh, you motherfucker. This shelf is specifically for dice bags because I make and sell dice bags. This little bit of this shelf is blanket yarn. I tested quite a few manufacturers, so this is from other manufacturers I didn't go with. So they're like one-off balls that I've almost worked through. I've worked through quite a good load of it. And then this is my cotton that I make wrist straps out of. I make market bags out of, etc. So all of that belongs to my business. I have one of the shelves on the wall behind me. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of just acrylic. And it is in, well, it's actually more like 4 shelves of acrylic. And that is because I predominantly used acrylic only for my business before switching on to blanket yarn. So I've got the 4 of acrylic behind me and I use that for a lot of stuff. But this one shelf right here, that's the only yarn that doesn't belong to my business. This is my yarn. So just that little bit there is my yarn. All the rest of it belongs to my business. It came out of my business money. This yarn came out of my personal money. So I only buy with a project in mind, and I like to have personal projects on the go at the same time as I'm like market prepping and designing and all that, because not only is this my job, it's my passion and my hobby as well. So I like to be able to unwind at the end of the day and do like a nothing project where I don't have to think. So like I'll be working on, you know, like a jumper or a cardigan or a blanket or whatever. I'm actually about to finish a cardigan. And then I'm finally, Mr. Nipple has finally agreed to let me make him a wearable. I'm going to make him a pullover, a raglan style sweater. Raglan meaning like top down. And we picked out the colors and I'm really excited. I'm going for a somewhat scrappy striped look. So the stripes will be like all uneven sizes. I'm really excited. But that's going to be my next project after my cardigan / after the 2 blankets I have on the go. So I have a baby blanket on the go that is for a baby that is due in December. I have another baby blanket I need to make for a niece of mine that was born a few months ago. And then I have, so Cam, one of our beautiful community members, sent me some yarn that he didn't want. I assumed I'd be able to use it for amigurumi. Tried it for amigurumi. It didn't work for amigurumi. So instead I pivoted and I'm making a blanket out of it. And that blanket does in fact have a home. I'm more than halfway done with it. So I've got a few bigger projects on the go, and then I have Raniela's. If I'm being honest, my health. So I'm a little bit fucked by... God damn it. At some point, I swapped from doing double crochets to half double crochets on that row. So I am, by all accounts, disabled. I have many, many, many health problems. I have mobility issues. My body on the inside is that of like a 60 to 70-year-old, and I'm only 34. I don't like to talk about most aspects of my health. Some of it I do. But yeah, I have chronic pain. Like, I'm in pain 24/7. When I was a teenager, I worked 3 jobs at the same time. Not out of necessity, just because I wanted to, because I enjoyed working. I worked a 9 to 5. I worked at a pizza place Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays. No, this question is fine. I do openly talk about this on my Twitch. And then my other job was working 2 to 4, sometimes 2 to 5, Monday through Friday, literally making sandwiches for a company called Tasty Trucks, which is like a canteen on wheels. So it was like a truck that would drive around to all the businesses, and then people could like buy lunch from them. That was a really good paying job. So I worked more hours in a week than I slept or had time off, just because I love working. And it got to a point when I was 19, my doctor and my specialists, note that I said specialists, multiple, told me that if I did not stop working, that I was going to kill myself before the age of 30. I refused it. They hammered it into me and really pushed the topic. And I said, fine, I will quit one of my jobs. So I quit the pizza place, which was the Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I continued to get worse, at which point a few months later, my doctor once again told me that I needed to completely stop working or I was going to kill myself before the age of 30. As in just quite literally running myself into the ground by causing further degradation on my already degrading body. And I refused and refused and refused, being a stubborn teenager, right? And then my dad told me that I needed to listen to my doctors. At which point I then quit the Tasty Truck job and was just left with the 9 to 5. I then had some life changes happen where I had an abusive fiance who was physically abusive and mentally abusive. I finally got the guts to leave him, and I ended up moving hours away to escape him, which meant that I had to quit my job because there was no physical way I could get there every day for that 9 to 5. So before the age of 20, I was jobless because of my health, and I kept fighting it and fighting it and fighting it and wanting to work. And every time I tried, I saw major shifts and changes in my body that I should have listened to my doctors about. And I did a lot of harm to myself through just based on the medical conditions I have, which a lot of them I don't like to talk about. But yeah, when I turned 21 and taught myself how to crochet and fell in love with crochet, people approached me wanting to buy stuff. And I was like, oh, okay. So I kind of just turned my hobby into a jobby. Because this is something that I can do that doesn't hurt my health as long as I pay attention to my body. And like my husband is so beautiful. He literally let me paint a room in our house with a black ceiling, dark teal walls. I have blackout blinds. One of the issues that I have is constant photophobia, which is light sensitivity. I often have the dullest of lights. I never use the top light in my office, pretty much ever. When I'm not streaming, this light up here is off, and I literally run off of fairy lights and 2 neon lights and the light from my computer in my office. Like we've gone to lengths to accommodate to my health and being comfortable. I just did a half double crochet again. Oh, that's a half double as well. Why didn't anyone tell me? But yeah, this is something that I can feasibly do that doesn't speed up the degradation of my body. So that is ultimately what motivated me to start a business. It was just happenstance where people were like, oh, I like your stuff. Can I buy that? Or can you make me a this? Can you make me a that? And it just grew from there. So it was more, I guess, out of necessity than anything else. And like at the moment, the markets that I do, that money, that and the money that I earn on Twitch doing this is literally the difference between us having food on our table versus not having food on our table. Like it is the difference between me having the necessities of like my medications and the specialty foods for my son and stuff like that. All right, you guys, it's hat try on time. I'm gonna pull the loop big. I'm gonna take the headset off. We're gonna unclip the hair. And we're putting her on the head. I'm slightly worried that it's gonna be too big, but I have to remember I have a big head. Oh. Oh. Oh! Mr. Nipple! Oh my god. I just want you to look at the hat on me. Huh? Elf? No. So this is the second checkpoint. Try on your hat to determine. Never mind. This is not the checkpoint. I think the fit is good. I still actually have 3 rounds to go before the checkpoint. I jumped ahead. Where? It feels like it's fitting well. I think we have the right stitch count. I think the stitch count is correct. The stitch count from here doesn't change. I'm just missing. Oh my god. Okay. So I'm reading ahead. Oh yeah, crochet is so forgiving. So after the second checkpoint, the designer literally says to adjust the length of your hat, because remember I was saying I want to add some length on to make it a bit like taller. To adjust the length of your hat at this checkpoint, you may choose to include more or less rounds of half double crochet at this checkpoint to adjust the length of the body of your hat. No matter how little or how many rounds you include, you can still follow the rest of the pattern as written. That's fucking brilliant. She literally accounted for people wanting to make a taller hat. That's awesome. Oh, I lied. There's 49 rounds, not 46 or however the fuck many I said. So it's closer to like 50 rounds. So I think what I'll do is I'll do the next 3 rounds. Yeah, we'll do the next 3 rounds here. Then I'll do the try on at the actual correct checkpoint. And see if I want to add any more rounds. And then what I might do is put a pause on the hat, go to bed, finish the hat tomorrow on stream. For anyone new here, my schedule, normally I stream twice a day, nearly every day. But because I've been so sick at the moment, I've only been doing my evening streams. This stream right now is one of my evening streams. So normally I would already have been off by now. I try to keep my streams around 4, sometimes 5 hours. And then I go to bed in the evening almost immediately after hopping off stream. Sometimes I'll stay up for about an hour and then I get up in the morning and then I stream. And then I have the middle of the day to like do admin or like back end work things, off stream things, actual work on my business, spend time with my child. So essentially I stream, do all that other shit and then stream and then sleep is usually my schedule. Unless I can't stream for whatever reason. So like tomorrow as an example, I can't do my morning stream anyways because I'll be going into the city. Thursdays, every second Thursday is another example. I can't do my morning streams because I go and I teach my crochet class, like things like that. But I normally do stream twice a day. And I do that so that I hit a lot of time zones.
Cheers, mate. The cavalry's
This
here.
fucking bitch. Raniella, you need this pattern in your life. And or you need me to make you this hat. Look at this. Welcome in, Raiders. My name's Athiruzai. Hey, that weird lady in the corner over there. You guys fucking know me. You guys from Raniella know me. You follow the creator? Nice. Yeah, I have 3 more rounds of the pattern before I hit the brim. I was just talking about how I'm going to do those extra 3 rounds on. And then I'm going to see if I want to add length or not, because she does account for adding length. But yeah, I'm going to do these last 3 rounds, do the try on. That'll be tomorrow, because we're going into the city tomorrow. So we'll be able to go to a spotlight. But I'll have Mr. Nipple look at, so I'll be sitting in the car while he goes into spotlight. And usually what we do is we get on a Discord call and he shares his camera so that he can take me into the store with him. Because when I say I have mobility issues, you guys, I mean it. Like, I can't even walk around a store. So he'll take me into the store via video. So that I can see things. Sometimes he takes the boy in with him. Sometimes the boy sits in the car with me. Usually up to the boy. And it's depending on the store. If Mr. Nipple has like really specifics like that he needs to do, he usually leaves the boy in the car. If it's a little bit more of an easygoing trip into a store, then he brings the boy with him. So we are at the point where we are once again changing balls. So let's do the ever knowing untangle. I have to untangle it every time we're swapping balls, because just the nature of it, the two balls I'm not working with get tangled no matter what. So you can see this is the ball I've been working on. It's not in the tangle at all. Yeah, absolutely. If anyone who came in on the raid needs to raid and run, please do so. We believe in self-care here. Self-care is, in fact, the best of care. If you need to go poop, go poop. If you need to go sleep, go sleep. If you need to get a drink, get a drink. If you need to stare at a wall for 5 hours, you do you, boo-boo. Right, we're untangled. So we're going to be swapping from B, good night, to C, which is this one. So the design is written to be done in multiple colors. The one that she's depicting in the pictures is very candy corn themed. It's an off-white, like ecru kind of color, a yellow, and a nice orange. She does say that it can be worked up in one solid color, like I'm doing. But the reason that we're working in 3 balls is because we're actually using, you'll see, I'm about to do it right now. Oh, never mind. We're not doing it right now. So at every other time that we've changed balls, what it's had me do is really pull on this to cinch it, and that's what's giving it that shape. So we're yarn sculpting from the inside and cinching everything together, and then essentially locking in the cinch by just continuing to crochet, right? This is the first change that we're not going to be doing that cinch with. But yeah, essentially you can, oh, can you? Yeah, you can. You can see here, that's a cinch. So that's come from all the way down there and is going to there, and it had me pull it really, really tight. This is a cinch here. The rest of them are hidden under here and in the top bit. But really, really, really clever design, the way that they've had you do it. Yeah, normally I see yarn sculpting done on the exterior of a project, not the interior. So this is actually a technique that's new to me, which I was very excited by. So what it's asking for here, this is a really good teaching moment actually, is for me to pull up color C, or sorry, ball C, whatever the fuck you want, which is this one for me. Okay, so we're going to pull it up and we're going to pull a loop through, and this is called, much like in knitting, this is called doing a float. So what's really important here is that I don't pull tightly. You want to have just like, not the most slack in the world, but a little bit of slack, because when you think about it, see, I haven't got enough slack here because there's a gap there. So I need to have enough slack that my head will sit comfortably in there, right? So that has enough slack that it wants to bounce and sit against the wall of the hat there. So I know that I've done that well. Oh, yeah. And then now we will just continue to crochet like normal. Oh, like normal, she said. Yeah. There we go. I'm very interested to see whether or not I'm going to want to add length. So by doing those few stitches there, that's now locked in where my float is going to sit. So it's pretty much forever going to have that tension. And you can see it sits beautifully on that curve, which means that when it's curved the opposite direction on my head, it will also sit beautifully. It won't pull too tight. It won't be too snug. I shouldn't feel it. Floats are more so used in knitting, in color work, where if you've ever turned like a color work beanie or sweater inside out, you'll see a bunch of like horizontal lines of the yarn. Those are what's called a float. And it absolutely can be used in crochet as well. You guys have seen me float yarn 1,000,001 times doing color changes in amigurumi. Hey. I should have got Mr. Nipple to try it on for me so I could see it on his head. Now, there is an aspect of this hat that I'm not going to be doing. There is a surface crochet thing that they do on the brim where they slip stitch. So I believe, yeah, if I'm happy with everything, basically color B is done. So ball B I could actually snip off right now if I wanted to. And tie off and weave in. But I'm going to wait until the pattern tells me to. Ball C is what we're going to be doing the brim in. Ball A, they say to keep connected because you do a slip stitch, which gives like a nice two-toned look on the brim. But because mine is the same color, I don't need the slip stitching. One could argue that the slip stitching would be a good texture to add because it'll add similar texture to some of this. However, because I'm putting mushrooms and shit on it, I'm not fussed about there being texture at all. And I know that I want to do my brim a little larger than the pattern calls for as well. So again, I'm not fussed about the texture. In my eyes, because it's the same color yarn, that texture that I would be applying would essentially be a waste of time because most people won't notice it when it's on the brim. So, mostly because of the decoration I'm going to be adding. Oops. Didn't yarn over then. I feel like what I could have done there actually, or what the designer could have made mention of, is if you're working it in one color, in theory, I could have already had A and C snipped off if I'm not doing this slip stitching, and I technically didn't need to float C all the way up. I could have just kept going in B and had the other two tied off and done by now. Which I know for future, if I ever want to make another one of these, which I kind of do in black, if I'm being honest. Could you imagine this in black? Oh my god, I didn't yarn over again. Ooh, black and dark purple would be sick. Black, dark purple, and like a navy blue. Imagine. That'd be beautiful. Am I about to become someone who just wears witch hats all the time? Just in everyday life? Please do. This
Nope.
designer does have another one that I really like the look of. Hi, Exia. Long time no nooch. How are you going? How have your streams been? Oh my god, the next 2 rounds after this are fucking easy. Oh my god, yes! Because I am a barefoot hobo. We're gonna fly through the next 2 rounds, you guys. I still stand by this hat in like a mustard yellow, a burnt orange, and either like a sage green or a hawthorn brown. Or like a creamy color. Actually, burnt orange, mustard yellow, and a cream is very similar to what the designer's done. Or even like imagine it just in a solid like variegated yarn or like multicolor yarn or like an ombre. Oh, a few jump scares. Oh, have you been doing spooky games? Oh. I kind of want to make one out of cotton so I can wear it through summer. Ah, fun, fun, fun. Oh, we're rounding that bend. We're coming back. The only downside about this being acrylic is that acrylic is very, like, warming. It traps heat. So it wouldn't be fun to wear through summer and, like, hot weather. But one of these done in cotton, though. Ooh. Dare I spoil myself and get some nice Bendigo woolen mill cotton to make a witch hat out of? Oh, the lady with the witch hat? Yeah. Oh. The crochet witch. That. Oh. I can't say what I was about to say. It gives away personal information of somebody else. Let's just say it would piss off my crochet-missus. If I was wearing a witch hat. Yeah, no can do. All the more reason to do it? Nah. Right, so the next 2 rounds are quite literally just half double crochet around. Why did it have to be half double crochets? Oh, I hate half double crochets. Oh. Ah, itchy. Sure, no one can own the idea of wearing a witch hat. However, it would encroach on somebody else's business name. I'll put it that way. Imagine I just start wearing them anyway, and then I put one on Slappy, and then I put one on Mr. Nipple. Where did you buy that? Oh, the family over there with all the witch hats on. Imagine I put Mr. Nipple in an actual witch's hat, like the orange, like, traffic cones. I got it from the witch family. Which family? The witch family. What do you mean? Which family? The ones wearing witch hats. Oh, the witch family. That's a crime, Crimson. We call them witches' hats here. Earlier I said, am I about to stay up till 2 a.m. finishing this witch's hat? Am I genuinely about to stay up till 2 a.m. finishing this hat? Because it's getting ever closer. The dream is becoming real. See, that doesn't have the same effect when you're typing it. Aluminum or aluminium? Oregano, oregano. Canada, Canada. No, I'm kidding. That one's not a real one. Oh, I was watching shorts earlier when I was pooping. And I was watching this one of this girl who said notification. As in, she straight up couldn't say the word notification and she pronounced it notification. I was so angry. And in the comments, people were like, what the fuck, notification? And the girl had to comment in her comments and was like, guys, stop bullying me. It's how I've always said it. Notification. Did no one fucking teach her English? Notification. Ugh. Americans, check your school system. Notification. Yeah, but how in this day and age, how when every app sends you notifications? She looked like she was like mid-20s. What the fuck? What am I looking at? Is that a weird embroidery machine, Cam? I know that it doesn't be like, you have a notification. But like, the word notify is 1000% taught in school. And if not taught, teachers say the word notify. We will be notifying your parents of XYZ, you know? If you do not behave, your parents will be notified. Like, it's a relatively commonly used word. Thread me, Linda. It was definitely not a regional dialect thing. Like, she was sad about it in the comments. Oh, everything just got fucking tangled. She was genuinely like mid-20s though. I'm like, how the fuck does a mid-20s not know how to say notification? It's also a really common word on the radio and TV. Like, the police were notified. Don't you guys have a shooting like every 5 minutes where police are notified? Like, don't the radios talk about police being notified? Like, You're right. Nobody watches TV or listens to the radio anymore. I listen to the radio in the car. But that, like, we don't have, like, Bluetooth connection in our car. And who the fuck has CDs anymore? Our car doesn't even have a CD player, but you know. Listen, man. What is this TV you speak of? It genuinely, like, worries me for my son. I'm like, what happens if I die tomorrow? Who the fuck's gonna teach this kid proper English? Ain't gonna be my husband. He gonna be out there on his phone playing games, and my kid's gonna be like, what is the alphabet? Brandishing stick. No, my husband is just very ADHD autism. He gets distracted and can't pay attention. He speaks very well, actually. He is good at the grammar and the English. In fact, one would say he's better than I am. I get him to proofread all of my business emails. He just would forget about the boy, if I'm being honest. Well, forget is the wrong word. He'd be too distracted. Imagine all of the incredible half lessons. I know, right? He'd get taught how to get to M and then never learn the rest of the alphabet. LM. That's all I got, teach. I don't know what comes after M. Imagine problem solving the second half of the alphabet. Oh. I've actually thrown around the idea of homeschooling him. I would be the one teaching him, not my husband. For the love of God, nobody panic. Because I love the idea of being able to potentially like travel to see my family whenever we want to. and things like that. And I love the idea of, so I was a live-in nanny. I was a nanny in another life before I had to stop working. And I find that one of the best ways to teach is by leaning into what the child wants to learn. And a lot of kids, especially children on the spectrum, learn much, much, much better that way than they do following a school curriculum where they're being told what to learn. We are about 90% sure that my son has autism. He exhibits many of the characteristics, like many, and like autism honestly comes down to genetics. I'm not diagnosed officially, but my doctor even doctors, specialists suspect that I have autism. Just to get tested is really expensive. We're about 95% sure that Mr. Nipple's father has autism. Mr. Nipple has diagnosed autism. It runs in my family. So like genetically speaking, the kid was doomed. Like he was gonna be autistic. Like we knew it. But it's kind of cute seeing all of the little like moments. Like he actually did the very stereotypical like hand flapping for the first time. Very recently. Yeah, it was a high chance, but yeah, he very much exhibits many of the characteristics. He has sensory issues. He has issues with eating. Now, when I say issues with eating, he eats just about anything, but he doesn't like to mix his foods. Like everything has to be separate and not in a toddler way. He does get overstimulated. Yes, he does. And we've seen, or at least I've seen, my husband has a bit of a harder time. He does dismantle sandwiches. Yeah. He doesn't even do sandwiches really. He does bread. Like, we try to spread jam on bread or something, and he's like, no. He just likes plain bread. Like today, he wanted sausages and rice, but they couldn't touch. But yeah, it's very much in a, like, autistic, my food can't touch way, not a I'm a toddler and I won't eat green way. And yes, I know the difference. At one point in my life, I was a qualified person to like be around small children that were not my own, you know? But yeah, he exhibits so many of the things. My niece, actually, who is 6, just got diagnosed with autism as well. And it's so beautiful. She... Like, my sister and her husband sort of suspected it, and they went through all the hoops and yada yada and got her diagnosed. And with that diagnosis, it helped them to explain better to her why she feels the way she feels sometimes and things like that. But the most beautiful thing about it is because it is something that is, air quotes, wrong. It's not wrong. But the way that they explain to her is like, this is a condition you have, and some people may see it as a negative, yada, yada, yada. She's 6, right? She's 6. She's a kid. But she's actually been wanting to learn about the thing that is, air quotes, wrong with her. That's her words, right? She's like, Mum, I want to learn about what's wrong with me. So they've been teaching her about autism. And through her learning about it, she's been self-advocating, which I think is amazing for a 6-year-old. But she gets very overstimulated with auditory, so like sounds. So if kids around her are being too noisy, she will literally say to them, excuse, and she's so polite. She'll be like, excuse me, could you please be a little more quiet? I have autism. and you're being too loud for me and it doesn't make me feel very nice. Like, that's the sort of things that she says. And again, she's a 6-year-old. So, like, that's the best way that she can communicate it. But, like, being able to tell other kids... oh, sorry for the cough, you guys. Being able to tell other kids, hey, I have autism and the thing that you are doing makes me feel very uncomfortable, is her way of, like standing up for herself and, like... you know, making sure that people aren't making her feel uncomfortable and aren't getting in her space and things like that. And people are respecting that. Do I have any mint tea? I actually do, but I don't like it. It tastes like asshole. I also don't want to have tea at 1:15 in the morning. I have been sipping and hydrating on water though. The cough is less my throat and more my nose. I've got post-nasal drip at the moment. So I guess it is technically my throat, but, you know. It's all the drippy whippy yucky wuckies. Right, it's try-on time! Because I jumped the gun before. Alright, here, down. Dungeon Defenders, amazing game. Did you know that there is Dungeon Defenders 2, I think, is free? Enjoy your luck, enjoy your food. Oh, these are so tangled. Oh, yes. Oh my God, yes. Mr. Nipple? I want to get his opinion because I obviously can't see it on myself. I don't have a mirror in here. Oh my God, I'm looking at it in my phone. Oh! I think I want to add maybe 2 more rows. Because I don't quite like how it's like very obviously like head into not head part. So if I add just a little bit more height, it will lessen that immediate like head shape issue that we're having. Hey Google, turn on the light. Me trying to see my eye. Sucks to be you, Necro. I don't have my headset on. How's it looking? So I'm thinking I'm at the point now where I'm supposed to start the brim, but I'm thinking tell me from your perspective because I obviously can't see it. Is it very obviously like head then stalk? So I'm thinking of adding a few more rows so that it lessens the head into not head section. Yeah. So I'm going to keep going until I'm happy with the fit. And then we'll call it after I'm happy with the fit and we'll do the brim tomorrow. And if we're going to do the brim tomorrow, that shouldn't take too much time. So we should be able to do the brim and I don't know if I can say all of the decorating, but at least some of the decorating. Hey Google, turn off the light. So let me just see here. I want to see if I can cut off the other colors. You may cut and tie off yarn B at this point. You do not need to cut or tie off yarn A or C at the end of this section because you will be using C for the brim and A for the surface slip stitches. Okay, so what I am actually going to do then is I'm going to get rid of A and B. I don't need them because I'm not doing the surface slip stitches. So if I get my snips, I want to make sure I leave myself enough to weave in. There's those two. It'll be easier to maintain just one ball on here rather than having to worry about the tangle. Now, I'm not going to tie and weave these right now. I just want to get the crochet portion done. I will tie and weave them tomorrow when we do the brim. Do you guys think I should do... So the pattern says to just do more rounds of half double crochet. What I could do though is do a repeat here and do to give another thingy here. And I could repeat and do the back post doubles and then 2 more half doubles, which would be going from, oh, no, I'd have to do a round of doubles. That would work though if I did a round of double. So it'd be double, double, half, half. So we'd get about another inch or a little bit more than an inch. Let's do it. How are you doing today, Necro? You doing well? Oh, I could have done the... I'm going to pull that back, actually. And instead of just doing doubles, I'm going to do doubles in the 3rd loop because I think that will be more fun. That is not the loop I want. That's the loop I want. Because that keeps with the textured theme. So we'll get this little ridge here, and then we're going to be creating another ridge with the next row, and then maybe I'll just do 1 round of half dubs. We'll see. Ooh, actually, I can pull my... Now that I'm only on 1 ball, I can get my yarn bowl out. There we go. I'm excited because I'm going to put one of my tags on this as well. I have little faux leather tags with my logo. Ugh. Do you guys think Mr. Nipple will let me take a photo of him for Instagram wearing this when it's all done? Oh, my throat. Oops, 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 oops. Get in there, you. There we go. Oh! I highly recommend a ceramic yarn bowl. They don't budge. 3D printed ones and wooden ones are nice in theory, but they're very, very light. Which means when you pull at the yarn in a light bowl, the bowl itself moves. Versus you can see me pulling at this and the bowl doesn't budge, right? Oh God, I just tangled myself. I swear by ceramic ones. And I've tried other yarn bowls, like 3D printed ones, wooden ones. Just generic plastic ones that weren't 3D printed. The loopy broke during your last move. Oh. I actually got this one from Amazon. And it wasn't too expensive. Yeah. I feel you with that. I've been getting so annoyed all night having to like yank at the yarn just on my desk and it like flying at me and all that shit. That's why being down to just the one ball, I was like, yes, yarn bowl time. So I am no longer I am no longer following the pattern. I want to point that out. I have gone rogue. Rather than just adding 2 more rows of half double crochet, because I feel like 2 rows isn't going to be enough. I decided to do the 3rd loop double crochet to get a ridge, and then I'm going to do a back post double crochet, which will get me this bigger ridge. Then I'll do 2 more half dubs. So you guys have me for at least 3.5 more rounds. Hours? No, God, no. I need sleep before tomorrow. Though, within the next hour, I will know if my Twitch payment's coming in or not, because I usually get paid before 3 a.m. I am going to make myself a promise. And that promise is that I am not touching this hat if I do not get done enough work tomorrow. Depends what project you're doing. If you're doing amigurumi, counting rows is really, really easy. If you're doing a back and forth project, it can be a little bit harder. So I've been going in the round. It's all about knowing what a stitch looks like. So like this is a double crochet. That is also a double crochet, right? I just know what they look like. An example of if you're working back and forth, single crochets are really easy to count. because they create like a little blip, 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 like little like a swoop, 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 every swoop. So like it'll be like a tiny mountain with a dip and then a tiny mountain with a dip. Every tiny mountain is 2 rows. For the most part. Depending on whether you're looking at the front or back. Or I guess I should say depending on whether or not you have an odd or even amount of rows for starters. And then depending on whether you're looking at the air quotes front or back, because depending on which side you're looking at, the first swoop might be 1 row, but you'll know because the swoop will be like narrower. I don't know if that makes sense. But yeah, you count the swoops. Count the tiny swoopy mountains.
Cheers, mate. The cavalry's here.
Oh my lady bee. Lady bitch. I mean, what? Welcome in, Raiders. My name's Zytheria, Zyx. Hey, that weird lady in the corner over there. I'm up way too late.
Hey,
I'm trying to
squirrel.
finish things. I should have been in bed a long time ago, but I am a determined lady today. We're making a witch hat. A little witch hat. I'm almost at the point where we're adding the brim. I'm doing 3 more rows. The pattern I'm following is pinned at the top of chat. Brilliant pattern, wonderful design, really well written, 10 out of 10. I would 1000% recommend this. Absolutely brilliant hat. How are you, Lady B? What did you get up to on your stream? Maybe you can count the holes if you stretch it a bit. Depends on which holes you're counting. What am I doing now? Back post. Yeah, I'm slowly so when I'm sick, because I'm immunocompromised, it takes me a really, really long time to get better. So I've been sick for over 2 weeks now, and only just in the last like 24 hours have I actually started to get any semblance of better. My throat is unfortunately suffering a lot because I see why the designer did not do what I am doing. I might just add 2 rows of half double crochets, because that is stretching the stitches up really tall and creating holes. So I am suffering with postnasal drip from my middle ear infection, along with all of the yucky ickies from being sick getting all up in my throat. So my throat's just suffering. But I am actually getting better, thankfully. How is your kitty pumpkin? I was actually joking about you earlier, Lady B. So Coco has a Rory the dinosaur, my design, made by Beeper, and has one made by me on the way-ish. And I joked saying that they need to get one made by you. Broke my ply. For anyone who came in on the raid, if you need a raid and run, please do so. We believe in self-care here. Self-care is, in fact, the best of cares. If you need to go eat, go eat. If you need to go poop, go poop. If you need to go sleep, go sleep. If you need to stare at a wall for 5 hours, you do you, boo-boo. I think doing that ridge there is much, much better than if I had have just done a couple more rows. Because it really keeps with the theme of the ridges that the whole hat has, so I'm actually really pleased that I went with that option. More Rorys. Oh, my shoulders are getting really tired from having to keep this in frame for you guys. Split my ply. Have you got any upcoming events, Lady B? You do need to make a Rory to add to the collection. And you should get your sister to make one. Sparkly pink is the main body. I think it has a purple spine. How did you get one from Beeper? Eh. I'm so close. Nice. Oh, that's beautiful. How did I not know that she did that? All right, one more row and then we're doing a try on. Oh, I split my ply. Because you doxed yourself. All right, here we go. We do this row and then we try on. See, isn't that so much better having this ridge? You guys can't really see it. Isn't that so much better having that ridge there than if I just had have added extra rows? It really does help keep with all of the ridgy foldiness of the rest of the hat. It's 20-2. Ah. Every time I come round, I notice this stitch and I don't know why. What is special about you? Why do I keep noticing you? Literally nothing. True. Are you gonna change your name to Cocoington? Like first name Cocoington? As you should. Cocoington, Coco for short. Stupid stuffed tip getting in my way. Eh. At least I can flip it forward now. I couldn't flip it forward before. I kind of want to do one row of the brim. Is that naughty? Oh. Yeah, but like, if you like the name, fuck your mum. I mean, don't fuck your mum. That's incest and very inappropriate. But you know what I mean. Boy's name? You don't have a boy's name. Have I been reading your name wrong this whole time? Have I gotten your name wrong? Please DM me your name, because I know your name very clearly. God, these times. Please DM me your name. Am I having an aneurysm? Have I gotten your name wrong this whole time? No, Coco is not about to dox themselves to me. I do, in fact, already know Coco's actual real name. I have sent Coco things in the post before. So I do actually know Coco's name. I'm not being a creepy streamer asking someone to tell me their name. Well, I mean, I am, but I already technically know Coco's name, so it's less creepy, okay? I'm not a creep, okay? No way! Is it actually pronounced that way? Okay, so here's the thing. I have an aunt with a name spelt exactly like that, but not pronounced like that. Like, I genuinely thought you had the same name as my aunt. Because spelling-wise, you do. So in my head, I've been pronouncing your name wrong this whole time. I can't believe it's pronounced that way. That you've just blown my mind. All right, it's try on time, bitches. Headset off. Hair down. Hey Google, turn on the light. Oh yeah. Oh, that's a much nicer fit, I think. Ooh, honestly? Here's my ear. Well, I guess once I've got the brim on. Schmippergippy! Schmippergipperton. I'm wearing it at a really weird angle. Just for Mr. Gnome. What do you think? Is it got less of that? Yeah. My only concern is that it's slightly covering my ears, so really it should be here. But that makes it a little loose. But I think that's going to be okay because once the brim is on, it'll naturally want to sit there. Will you put it on so I can see it? It's only got one ball attached now. It's probably going to be way too big for your head. Come over here so you're not in the light. Why are you so cute?
Because
Get out of my office. He looks so cute in it. Like illegally cute. He has a normal size head. I have a ginormous head. It was like noticeably oversized on him, but it fits me pretty fucking good. So I probably could frog a row back. I'm not going to. Yeah, so currently it sits about the height of the row I just put on over my ears. But once I put the brim on, it'll sit higher, which will give the hat that extra little bit of height that I wanted. Adding those extra rows did... Hey, Google, turn off the light. Adding the extra rows did, in fact, do what I wanted, which previously it was looking very, like, rounded on my head. So it was, like, round into top of hat. Now it's a more smooth transition because of these extra rows. It just needed a little extra height so that it wasn't so like blur into blur, if you get what I mean. I'm gonna have a sneaky peeky at the brim. Okay. So if I were going to be following the pattern in its entirety and not be adding rows to the brim like my plan is to do, what is this on the floor? Oh my God, it's the boy's 5-cent coin. He lost this. I just picked that up with my toes. If I were following the pattern and didn't add these 3 extra rows, we would actually be 1 row from done. Like, I genuinely could have had the whole fucking hat finished. I kind of want to do... a row of the brim. I kind of want to do a row of the brim. Should we do a row of the brim? I kind of want to do a row of the brim. Let's fucking do it. I'm hype. I'm excited. I'm Big Kevin. I'm excited. Hey. I think what I'm more doing is the art of rubber ducking at you. For those of you who don't know what rubber ducking is, it is predominantly a coding term where one talks at something to help them reason or understand or fix a problem or come up with a solution. You know? Well, I said I wanted to be gone a while ago, to be fair. But I was like, haha, imagine if I got the whole hat done before 2 o'clock. It's 2 o'clock in 7 minutes. See, but the problem is, from here, every round is an increase round. So every round starts to take longer and longer and longer. So I'm already somewhere in the realm of 100 stitches. Because I had a few extra, we just had daylight savings a few weeks ago. So we bumped forward an hour. So you might have Australian Central Daylight Time or whatever the fuck it's called. So where in the pattern it was 88 stitches, it's bumping all the way to 110. So it's going up by 22 stitches-ish. Mine's gonna be a little bit more than that because I'm already at like 100 stitches. Yeah, it's going up by 22 stitches every round. So mine's gonna go up something more like 25 stitches or something every round. I just want to be able to stand it up and see a little bit of the brim. Eh? Nyeh. Fuck, am I about to be crazy and sit here and finish this whole fucking hat? If I at least get the base hat done, then I have a hat to wear, right? If I don't get the decorations done, it's not the end of the world, because that way I can at least have a hat and all of my stock. Right? Fuck. Now is not the time to slip. I can thrive, not even survive. I can thrive on like an hour of sleep. When you live in chronic pain and have intermittent insomnia, you can run on empty. Flop it forward. My yarn slipped out of my hand. I still have 2 minutes until 2 a.m. And I'm over halfway around. Ah. Hate front looping and back looping, to be fair. Just takes that extra step to get into the stitch. My speed is crazy. I'm not even going that fast. Oh, I keep slipping. Oh my god, we're at the 7-hour mark for stream. What happened to the ply of my yarn there? No, don't hit me with the time. Look, I almost made it all the way around. Stupid front loops, man. Fuck off, we do it the right way here. Day, then month, you motherfucker. Oh god, I'm stuck. Give me it. Oh my god, can I do this one stitch, please? Oh! False. Majority of the world does it the right way. America sucks. Something about holding the hat in this orientation specifically is making me mess up more. Oh, fuck you. Here we go. The hat want to flop. Your dates don't make sense. We go small, medium, large. Day, month, year. The only two ways that making dates make sense is smallest to biggest or biggest to smallest. Putting the months at the start is so incorrect. Duh! I can't show you guys the brim. This is the brim, I promise. This is why the hat wants to be floppy. I will die on this hill, Coco. Can you guys see the brim? Is it brimming? Hat flop. So here's the thing. We say October 15th. Spoken versus written, they don't have to be the same. Much like many Americans would actually say the 15th of October. Like, you guys say it that way and the other way. Come at me. Puko. I will fight you. Naked in a vat of jelly. Then you live in a sheltered area. You should get out more or something. Me just debunking your whole life right now. The brim is brimming. Hey. Oh. I did a oopsie. I did a oops. I'm supposed to be working in a spiral from this point, but I don't wanna. I'm gonna keep working in straights. Join rounds. Because I know that my finish will be better. And I don't mind there being a seam line in my brim, so it'll be at the back anyway. Oh, what did I do there? Well, I don't see the need to work in a spiral on the brim. All that's gonna do is give me a weird harsh edge at the very end. So, where am I? Who am I? What day is it? Because I also am not following the final row of the pattern. The final row of the pattern has a picot edge. I'm not doing the picot. I don't want a picot on mine. I just want a plain edge because I'm going to be, you know, fancifying it. It's not 10:15! You want to know what one of the most confusing things for the rest of the world is? Genuinely, Coco. Genuinely, motherfucker. When they read a date written on an article or something like that, where it says something like 7:10. To the rest of the world, what the fuck is 7:10? Is it written in the American fucked up way or is it written in the right way? Is it the 7th of the 10th or the 10th of the 7th? Nobody ever knows! The only way you know is if that date has yet to come. But then once both of those dates have passed, what do? You never know. It's confusing. Also, yes, your weight and measurement system is fucked. Okay, here's the thing. America do be in the past because the rest of the world do be doing dates the right way. Need I mention? Oh, yeah. The UK is a bit fucked as well. Need I mention here, okay, there are like 7 fucking countries left in the entire world that use the imperial system. This is an America problem. Like, America is the one doing it backwards, you know? And I dare say it's the same. Most of the world uses the dating system that Australia uses. So, for the most part, the vast majority of the world is on the same page. It's America that's on the wrong page. Is Sage still here? How does Canada do it? Oh my God. True. This conversation is making me lose count. You're welcome. No. What can I say except Nobody clipped that. Oh, fuck my throat. What can I say except for throat death? Stupid hat. Oh, get through the loop. Get through the loop. There we go. You know what I didn't consider? The weight of the mushrooms on the hat. To be fair, my plan has been to put them like up the ridges and like in the edge of the brim not like way out on the brim, so it should be okay. I think. Fuck you, I split the ply. Can't believe Sage isn't here. Is there any other Canadians in chat? Right when I have a Canada question. Oh my god, apply. Oh, it's split all the way down into that stitch. What the hell, man? Oh, the ply. Oh, did I just increase in the wrong spot? No, I didn't. We've almost made it all the way around. Get in the right hole. There we go. No! Fuck you. I hate you. I hate it here. Dude, I'm trying to lock in so hard. You love it here. Disgusting. Oh, wow. Sage is playing Wild Assault. Hold on. Please hold. You helping my YouTube? Yeah, I guess. Sage.
Oh no. Hi.
Sage. Sage, I have a really important question for you. One, why is your ferret so the fuck close to me? Two.
Is it?
Yeah, you're like inside of me. I think that's a me problem.
What's wrong with that?
Did you just say what's wrong with that?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Yeah, let me guess. That's hard. Sage, in America, one, why were you not here to answer my question? In America, they do the dates where they go month, then day, then year. So like 15, 10, 25. In Canada, how do they do the dates?
Fuck, that's a good question. I don't know. We either do it, you know, the same as the US or the same as Britain. One of the two.
Sage, that is so fucking unhelpful.
Well, the problem is I don't know.
Sage, look down into the bottom right of your computer.
Okay.
You fucking moron.
Oh, that's how it is? Okay. Well, I see year, month, and then day.
Year, month, and then day, which means you do it the same way as us. Woo! Second America.
I mean, is that the British format of date or European format?
The only two correct ways are the way that Australia does it, which is day, month, year, or year, month, day. So like biggest to smallest or smallest to biggest, not month in the front, you fucking idiots. Is it a 10 or a 15 first? His is a 25 first, so.
That was the important question.
Yes, fuck America and their stupid date system. That is my biggest gripe with America. How they do dates. You do it wrong,
Out of
America.
all things, it's the date.
Yes.
For me, it's the measurement system they got.
Don't even get me started, Sage. We need help. Your entire education system needs help. Notification. Oh. Lady B, how do you guys do dates? Is the brim brimming? Is the brim brimming? I think the brim is brimming. I don't know if I like... It's making me increase a lot, you guys. And I don't know if I like how often... Thank you, Lady B. Thank you.
Are
Yes.
you trying to give your hat a lip or something?
Yes. Correct. Me just proving every American wrong. Yeah, so the hat is like hat and then you get a brim. I don't know if I like it's the brim is starting to get a little wavy. It might be because I had to increase previously. So what I could do, because I should have anticipated this and I didn't, because I should be in bed.
Also, I looked it up. The majority of the world, from what it says, does the date by day, month, then year.
This is information
Like-
that I just previously gave. There are
Okay.
only 7 countries in the world that use the imperial system, and the majority of countries do dates the way that we do here in Australia. America is just ass fucking backwards. Feel
They
free to
do their
click
own
that
thing.
one. They do their own thing? Yeah, like renaming the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, that one was weird, I'm not gonna lie.
I know, right? Now every atlas is out of date. God, I hate America. I wouldn't hate you guys if you weren't so stupid. Right, so the next round is supposed to be... So I did 3 and then an increase, and then I've done 4 and then an increase. Realistically, I should have done the big brain and started at 4 and then an increase, because I had already previously increased on the hat to fit my big noggin. So, how can I accommodate here? Should I just throw on the next round and see what happens? I wish I had a mannequin head.
Moving your microphone really close was really scary, I'm not gonna lie.
Boo.
Stop it.
That's funny. Do I just throw the next round on you guys? I put this further under the camera. You guys can get a little bit of a better picture of it. So the edge of the hat is literally... Ooh. I'm sagging it. The edge of the hat is here. We've got 2 rows on the brim there. I don't know what the fuck happened here. And here. Oh, that's an increase. Duh, stupid. I kind of want to try it on. Headset's off. Hair's down. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Guys, I'm so fucking jazzed. Oh my god. Oh my god. Seeing it with that little bit of the brim. Ah! So the pattern calls for Thank you, Coco. The pattern calls for, so rounds 44, 45, 46, 47, and 48. And then 49 is the Pico. So it technically, I've done 44 and 45, so it wants another 3 rounds. But I think I want a much bigger brim than that. See, okay, my hat is collapsing slightly here because there's no head under it. And it is showing more like 4 rows for the brim is what's happening. So I want the brim to be more like out here-ish. So I probably want like 8 rows of brim because the brim actually starts right here. Like where my fingernail is there. I've only got 2 rows on it so far. If I lift the hat, you can see the brim a bit better. The reason it's collapsing like that is because there's nothing inside it, and this row here makes it want to like tip the way that it's made. But that's the brim. I think it's almost 2:30. I've put 2 rows on. I think we're going to call it here. And I'm going to take dragons and mushrooms and all that sort of stuff to work on tomorrow in the car. And whatever I don't get done in the car, we will be doing on stream. And my reward for finishing the mushrooms and the dragons will be finishing the hat. As much as I want to sit here and finish it right the fuck now. I know that I want at least another 6 rows. Let's have a look. So my brim is currently a little less than 1 inch. And I'm wanting about that much of a brim. Fuck my throat. Hold on. Why am I using that? I'm trying to just show you guys the brim better. So that's where the brim starts. It's approximately 1 inch. I'm wanting about 4 inches of brim. Like, I want a pretty decent sized brim. I will... I will be going through the technique that they use of adding wire in to help it stay from like collapsing on itself. And with wire, I could also do like some fun if I wanted to. I could like bend a bit down if I wanted to have a bit of drama, you know? I'm so jazzed by this pattern though. I'm having a really good time with it. It fits comfortably. It's easy to adjust the size. Like, this is such a well-designed pattern. 10 out of 10 would recommend, you guys. Right. Let's find somewhere to go. Also, Lady B, I don't know if you're looking at chat. Unstable said that you are still, in fact, live. You need to unlive. Close the stream. Right. Ugh, I got yarn fluff in my mouth. I know exactly where we're going. This is a very, very, very rare occasion. I'm so excited to be able to introduce you guys to this person. She's only been live for 50 minutes as well. Beautiful. I'm gonna take you guys to see Marie. Marie and I don't very often get to catch one another because of time zones. But I've watched Marie many a night when I can't sleep. I adore it over at Marie's channel. So for anyone who is time zone inclined, make sure you give Marie a follow. I won't be here in the morning, as I stated. We're heading into the city. But I will be here tomorrow night if I get everything done that I want to get done. I will, in fact, be working on the hat tomorrow night. If not, then we'll be working on the rest of the market prep that I have to do. As it stands, we have 1.5 medium dragons and 3 big mushrooms to do. We also have 18 axolotls to put faces on. I'm less concerned about the faces on the axolotls because I can do that. I can do that in the car on the way to the market. I can do that on Friday night while I'm playing Hunt. That's a non-issue. They don't take long to do. So it's more the crocheting of the bigger pieces that I need to worry about. I should be able to get everything done. Like I said, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get the decorations done on the hat, but I'm pushing for it, you guys. I really, really am. I really want to do this. With all of that said, have an absolutely wonderful rest of your time zone. I will see you guys tomorrow night. Bye.